Chapter 1168. 10,000 feet Buddha body, you. Saint Jean could only spit out this one word before Zhuo of the Buddhist path choked him, preventing him from spitting out any other words. Whoosh! The 9 flames karmic fire slowly subsided. Zhuo stepped forward, holding the struggling Jin Sheng in his hand as he came to Zhuo's side. Do you have any last words? The black-robed Zhuo stared at Jin Sheng indifferently. You, actually have an avatar? What kind of secret technique is that? Jin Sheng asked in fear. The aura from Zhuo's body was terrifying. Although he was also a peak heavenly master, his aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial emperor. Especially when combined with the heavenly fire, his power was even stronger than that of an ordinary second-level martial emperor. With Jin Sheng's current state, it was impossible for him to be a match for Zhuo. You'd better ask the king of hell about this. Zhuo said indifferently and nodded at Zhuo. Immediately, golden light burst out from Zhuo's eyes. He clenched his right hand and a terrifying Buddhist power, accompanied by the 9 flames karmic fire, invaded Jin Sheng's body. No! Jin Sheng cried out in pain. He felt as if his internal organs were about to be burned to ashes. Then, under the power of the 9 flames karmic fire, he turned into ashes. Silence. At this moment, whether it was the imperial capital or the heavenly empire, all the martial artists fell into silence. Everyone watched as Jin Sheng, who was a 3rd-level martial emperor, was burned to ashes by Zhuo. Jin Sheng was a 3rd-level martial emperor, not an ordinary martial artist. He was even more terrifying than Emperor Qing of Qing Xian Empire. Now, Zhuo had destroyed him right in front of their eyes. Moreover, he had done it so cleanly. After a short moment of silence, waves of uproar swept through the entire provincial capital like the most violent tsunami. Everyone's expression was surprisingly the same. Everyone knew that Jin Sheng must have been seriously injured by Yun Zhongjuan's self-destruction. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even the Flame Emperor had been easily defeated by Jin Sheng. Yet, Zhuo was able to suppress Jin Sheng with just one move. This was really incredible. What was even more puzzling was that Zhuo actually had 2 bodies. The Taoist and Buddhist bodies were especially terrifying. This Zhuo actually had a trick up his sleeve. The azure the arch broke free from the Lu Hantian and hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. He stared at the Zhuo. He could also sense an extremely terrifying aura from the Zhuo. This aura made even the azure the arch shudder in fear. It was especially so for the 9 blazing karmic fire. He could faintly sense that this fire was much more terrifying than the earth fire. Could it be the heavenly fire? The azure the arch thought of a possibility. At the same time, he retreated hundreds of steps again. He could sense an extremely strong sense of threat from the Zhuo at this moment. Sure enough, after the Buddhist Zhuo destroyed Jin Sheng, his golden eyes stared firmly at the azure the arch. The azure the arch felt as if he was being targeted by a hunter. Azure the arch. It's your turn. Today, you mustered so many people to attack the Celestial Empire. I, Zhuo, will make you stay here forever. The Buddhist Zhuo spat out these words faintly. He stomped his feet and majestic Buddhist power filled the air. His entire body was like a blazing sun as he flew towards the azure the arch. Damn it! The azure the arch cursed in his heart. With a wave of his sleeve, 9 azure imperial stars descended and smashed heavily towards the Buddhist Zhuo. Break for me! The Buddhist Zhuo put his palms together and pushed his right palm forward. The entire sky was dyed golden. Immediately, the terrifying Buddhist power condensed into a Buddha's palm that was hundreds of feet tall. The Buddha's palm descended from the sky and smashed down heavily. Boom! 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 9 explosions sounded at the same time. The 9 azure imperial stars were all blown to smithereens. The Buddha's palm continued to press forward and slammed towards the azure arch. What a terrifying guy. The azure thearcha's eyes darkened. He formed a seal with his hands and released his natal emperor weapon, the peach blossom origin map. The peach blossom origin map unfolded and a peach blossom poem was recited. A peach blossom forest filled the air. Peach blossom petals poured out of the peach blossom origin map like a torrential rain. Boom! The Buddha's palm collided with the peach blossom forest. The Buddha's palm that was originally pressing forward stopped in midair. A formless energy ripple spread out in all directions. The entire void seemed to collapse and vibrated violently. Break! The moment the Buddha's palm was blocked by the peach blossom origin map, the Buddhist Zhuoan arrived as expected. His right palm clenched into a fist. The 9 flames karmic fire revolved around his right fist. Then, the Buddhist Zhuoan twisted his waist and threw out a punch like a hurricane. It landed on the peach blossom origin map. Instantly, the 9 flames karmic fire was like a spark of fire. Boom! 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 The peach blossom origin map was pushed back by the power of the 9 flames karmic fire. Even the azure thearcha's pupils shrank. He was pushed back a few hundred steps. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. How can he be so strong? The azure thearcha's eyes were filled with fear. The Buddhist Zhuoan's strength was a little too strong. Whether it was his ferocious physical body or the terrifying 9 flames karmic fire, the combination of the two gave the azure arch immense pressure. Boom! Boom! The Buddhist Zhuoan threw out a punch. His fists were like a torrential storm. The power of the 9 flames karmic fire exploded. The scorching heat almost caused the entire space to collapse. The peach blossom origin map was pushed back by the frenzied attacks. The azure arch, who was supporting the peach blossom origin map, was in an even more miserable state. He was pushed back again and again. With every step he took back, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was extremely pale. Break! The Buddhist Zhuoan's eyes were calm as he spat out a word. He punched out with both fists. The power of the 9 flames karmic fire was raised to the maximum. His fists landed on the peach blossom origin map. Instantly, a terrifying shockwave surged out. Then, a crisp cracking sound filled the entire space. Crack! Cracks began to appear on the surface of the peach blossom origin map. Countless peach blossom trees were burned to ashes by the terrifying 9 flames karmic fire. In the end, the huge peach blossom origin map crumbled. The azure arch was pushed back a few hundred feet. Wisps of 9 flames karmic fire spread out. They followed the azure thearcha's robes like a prairie fire, wanting to engulf the azure arch entirely. Bastard! Zhuoan, you'd better remember this. The azure arch groaned. Yuan power spurted out from his right hand and extinguished the wisps of 9 flames karmic fire. Then, he turned around and fled. He did not hesitate at all. You can't escape. The Buddhist Zhuoan's eyes shone with golden light. Then, his body started to grow. 1 foot, 100 feet, 100 feet, 1,000 feet, all the way until he was 10,000 feet tall. The 10,000 feet tall Buddha body grew. Even one of his arms was 10,000 feet tall. This majestic body caused countless warriors in the prefecture to fall into a daze. What kind of majestic body was this? Everyone was not even as big as a thumb of the Buddhist Zhuoan. In the eyes of the Buddhist Zhuoan, everyone was as small as ants. Boom! 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 The Buddhist Zhuoan took a step forward and covered a distance of 10,000 feet. Then, he began to speed up. Although his movement seemed slow, his speed was extremely fast. 1 step was 10,000 feet. 10 steps were 100,000 feet. This was an extremely terrifying distance. The Azure the Arch, who was originally running away, also noticed the violent tremors behind him. Then, he saw the Buddhist Zhuowen, who had transformed into a 10,000 feet tall body. He immediately sped up in fear. Unfortunately, the Buddhist Zhuowen was too fast. It was so fast that even the Azure the Arch felt despair. Zhuowen. Don't even think about killing me today. The Azure Thearch's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He took out a green jade token with his right hand and pointed his right sword finger. Suddenly, the Azure Thearch's speed increased to the extreme like a gust of wind. In an instant, the distance between him and the Buddhist Zhuowen increased. The Buddhist Zhuowen was not discouraged. Instead, he followed behind step by step. He knew that the Azure the Arch must have used some kind of tool to increase his speed. However, such a tool could not be used continuously. When the tool's energy was almost exhausted, the Zhuowen would naturally be able to kill the Azure the Arch completely. Boom! 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 After a while, the Azure the Arch and the Buddhist Zhuowen disappeared from everyone's sight, one chasing the other. Zhuowen. Is it okay for your avatar to chase the Azure the Arch? Lu Hantian asked hesitantly. Zhuowen waved his hand and said, "It's not a problem. The Buddha body has an indestructible body. In addition to the terrifying heavenly fire, even a third heaven emperor could not kill him, let alone the Azure the Arch. Therefore, even if I have to chase him to the imperial capital, I will kill him." Hearing Zhuowen's words, Lu Hantian nodded. Then, his gaze turned to the other 5 cultivators from the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and the Alcate Holy Dynasty who were still fighting fiercely with Xiang and the others. He said coldly, "It's time to clean up these cockroaches. Indeed, it's time to clean them up. At the same time, the imperial capital's army must also be cleaned up." Zhuowen nodded. He took a step forward and arrived on the back of the dragon horse, which was above the river diagram array. His Majesty the Azure the Arch has left. Let's run. At this moment, the imperial capital's soldiers also realized that something was wrong. They shouted and retreated in a panic, trying to escape from the prefecture capital. However, Zhuowen would not allow the remaining soldiers of the imperial capital to escape. Mental energy gushed out from his Naiwan palace. Immediately, the dragon horse beneath him let out a neigh. With a single kick, it arrived above the fleeing imperial capital soldiers. In an instant, the 300,000 soldiers were deprived of their 5 senses. Kill. Leave no one alive. Zhuowen's cold voice rang out in the sky. Kill. The Heavenly Empire's soldiers roared. No one dared to disobey Zhuowen's order. They took up their weapons and slashed at the imperial capital's soldiers who had lost their 5 senses. The one-sided massacre began again. In half an incense stick's worth of time, all the imperial capital's soldiers were lying in pools of blood. Their corpses were piled up like mountains. Outside the prefecture capital, it had turned into a Shura hell. Corpses were everywhere. At the same time, the battle between Ziyang and the others had also come to an end. With Lu Hantian's help, the first Heaven Emperor realm cultivator from the Blue Whale Holy Court was taken care of. Naturally, the 4 peak heavenly masters were not spared either. Chapter 1169. Capturing Emperor Qing. Long live Lord Zhuowen. Long live Lord Zhuowen. Outside the city, the 350,000 soldiers of the Celestial Empire knelt on one knee and shouted Zhuowen's name at the top of their lungs. They knew that it was because of Zhuowen's river diagram formation that the Celestial Empire had defeated the Imperial Capital Army without losing a single soldier. Not only the Celestial Empire army outside the city, but also countless warriors in the city looked at the figure standing quietly on the back of the dragon horse with eyes full of admiration. Zhuowen had killed a first Heaven Emperor realm warrior, a third Heaven Emperor realm golden saint, and even an existence like Emperor Qing had fled in panic. In the eyes of the people in the city, Zhuowen was as dazzling as a god. Brother Zhua is so powerful. Miao Lv's delicate face was flushed red and her beautiful eyes were filled with excitement. Zhuowen's actions just now were too shocking. If she had not seen it with her own eyes, who would have thought that a mere peak heavenly master could kill an emperor realm expert? This went against common sense. But it was this action that went against common sense that completely aroused the passion in everyone's hearts. The result of the weak defeating the strong was often the best way to arouse the hot-blooded martial artist's blood, giving them a feeling of being immersed in the battle. On the back of the dragon horse, Zhuowen looked down at the entire city and the countless excited warriors in the city. A lofty feeling rose in his heart. A man should be like this. He should be lofty, reach the peak, be respected by tens of thousands of people, and be a role model. Only in this way would his life not be in vain. Boom! 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 Zhuowen, who was 10,000 feet tall, chased after Emperor Qing step by step. Everywhere he passed, the earth shook and the mountains shook. Thousands of beasts bowed down to him as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. However, what made Zhuowen frown was that Emperor Qing's speed was extremely fast with the help of the unknown jade pendant. No matter how fast Zhuowen sped up, he still could not shorten the distance between him and Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing, who was fleeing in front, was even more surprised than Zhuowen. This jade pendant contained the law of wind. Once it was activated, with the support of the power of wind, his speed would soar to the extreme. He would probably reach the speed of a mid-stage martial emperor. Even Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng would be left far behind by him. However, Zhuowen, who had transformed into a 10,000-foot-tall Buddha, was not any slower than the Azure Emperor. He stuck close to the Azure Emperor, causing the Azure Emperor to complain incessantly in his heart. After 2 hours of pursuit, the outline of the enormous city of the imperial capital could already be seen. Zhuowen knew that he was about to arrive at the imperial capital. That's His Majesty Emperor Qing. The guards outside the imperial city quickly noticed Emperor Qing, who was dashing towards them. However, what puzzled them was that Emperor Qing did not seem to be in a good state at the moment. He even seemed to be in a sorry state, as if he was being chased by someone. Whoosh! Soon, Emperor Qing landed on the city wall of the imperial capital. A guard eagerly walked up to Emperor Qing. However, before he could speak, Emperor Qing had already spoken. Hurry up and inform everyone to open the imperial capital's city defense array, Emperor Qing said anxiously. Looking at Emperor Qing's appearance, the guard's eyes were filled with confusion. However, since it was Emperor Qing's order, he naturally could not disobey. He cupped his hands and hurriedly retreated, preparing to open the imperial capital's city defense array. Boom! Not long after, a 10,000-foot-long azure dragon soared into the sky above the imperial capital. The azure dragon's body was covered with dense azure dragon scales. Countless azure dragon scales shot out from the surface of the dragon's body, covering the entire imperial capital. In an instant, the entire imperial capital was shrouded in azure light. The imperial capital's city defense array. Why is the imperial capital's city defense array suddenly activated? The moment the azure dragon soared into the sky, countless warriors in the imperial capital were astonished. They remembered that the imperial capital's city defense array had not been activated for many years. Every time it was activated, it was a moment of life and death. Now that it was activated again, could it be that something big had happened? Boom! Boom! Everyone's doubts did not last for long. Waves of earth-shaking sounds were transmitted from the distance. Soon after, the countless number of warriors in the imperial capital saw a figure, so large that everyone could only look up to, walking over step by step from 1,000 miles away from the imperial capital. The frightening footsteps were extremely frightening. What is that? Could it be that he is also a warrior? 1,000 miles away, the countless warriors in the imperial capital were dumbfounded by the huge figure of Zhuowen. When Buddhist Zhuowen finally arrived at the entrance of the imperial capital, he discovered that the entire imperial capital was surrounded by huge azure dragon scales. Countless warriors in the imperial capital also saw Zhuowen's face clearly. Some sharp-eyed people immediately recognized Zhuowen's shadow from Zhuowen's face. This person is Zhuowen. No one knew who was the first to shout. Then, the entire imperial capital was filled with whispers. Everyone was shocked. 2 years ago, the battle between Zhuowen and the Azure Emperor was known to everyone in the Qing Xian Empire. Everyone thought that Zhuowen might have died in the spatial turbulence. But today, 2 years later, Zhuowen transformed into a huge Buddha and chased the Azure Emperor to the imperial capital. Moreover, it seemed that the Azure Emperor was extremely afraid of the current Zhuowen. The young man who could only struggle bitterly in the hands of the Azure Emperor 2 years ago was now like a god that had descended to the mortal world, looking down on countless warriors in the imperial capital. Azure Emperor. Why are you hiding in the imperial capital's city defense array like a coward? If you have the guts, come out and fight with me, Zhuowen, fair and square. Zhuowen's golden eyes were fixed on the Azure Emperor, who was on the city wall. His vigorous voice rolled out like a great bell. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of countless warriors in the imperial capital fell on the Azure Emperor, who was on the city wall. Many people revealed strange expressions. If they guessed correctly, the reason why the Azure Emperor was in such a sorry state just now was probably because he was chased by Zhuowen. Although many people noticed some clues, most of the warriors in the imperial capital were blindly confident in the Azure Emperor. They clamored for the Azure Emperor to teach Zhuowen a lesson, this arrogant brat. Hearing the clamor of the warriors in the imperial capital, the Azure Emperor's face was extremely ugly. If he was stronger than this Buddhist Zhuowen, would he still need to activate the city defense array? Azure Emperor. You look like you are afraid. You are indeed as timid as a mouse. You are laughably overestimating yourself. Zhuowen's mocking voice rang out again. Many warriors in the imperial capital who worshipped the Azure Emperor could not help but curse at Zhuowen. They even clamored for the Azure Emperor to teach Zhuowen a lesson. However, no matter how much the warriors in the imperial capital clamored, the Azure Emperor did not move a single step. Since you are not coming out, I will force my way in. Zhuowen sneered and took a step forward. A huge golden palm, which was like a cattail leaf fan, descended from the sky and slammed heavily on the countless azure dragon scales in the sky above the imperial capital. Roar! The gigantic azure dragon in the center of the sky above the imperial capital roared as it charged towards Zhuowen. It swung its gigantic dragon tail, and in an instant, countless dragon tails appeared in the sky. It was an extremely terrifying sight to behold. How dare you, beast! Zhuowen coldly shouted. He extended his right hand and grabbed the green dragon's tail. Next, he suddenly pulled with his right hand. With the strength of his 100,000 feet body, every wave of his hand contained the might of 100,000 feet tall mountain. With just this pull, the green dragon's tail was directly destroyed. Roar! The azure dragon let out a sorrowful cry. Its entire dragon tail was annihilated. Its dragon eyes were filled with deep fear. The human in front of it was too powerful and terrifying. He could annihilate its dragon tail with just a pinch. What kind of strength was that? You want to leave? Stay here. Looking at the azure dragon trying to escape, Zhuowen suddenly stretched out his left hand that was ready to attack and grabbed the azure dragon's neck. Then, he used his other hand to pinch the azure dragon's body and pulled. The azure dragon let out a sorrowful cry and was annihilated into nothingness. What a laughable great city barrier array! Break it for me! After annihilating the azure dragon, Zhuowen suddenly raised his right foot and stomped down on the surface of the grand city barrier array. Soon after, Cracks began to appear on the azure dragon scales on the surface of the Grand City Barrier Array. The cracks began to expand, and in the end, the Grand City Barrier Array directly collapsed. Zhuo Wen then stomped down on the imperial capital. Immediately, the cultivators who were clamoring for Emperor Qin to teach Zhuo Wen a lesson were all trampled under his foot, their lives extinguished. At this moment, the imperial capital fell into a dead silence. All the cultivators were trembling in their hearts as they stared at Zhuo Wen's huge body. It was too terrifying. At least thousands of cultivators had died from Zhuo Wen's stomp. There was no lack of Fourth Reverend Realm cultivators among them. At this moment, everyone in the imperial capital seemed so weak and small before Zhuo Wen's huge body. They were as insignificant as ants. Emperor Qin. Die. After breaking the Great City Barrier Array, Zhuo Wen shouted. Then, his huge palm pressed down on Emperor Qin, as if he wanted to annihilate him completely. Run! Emperor Qin did not hesitate to activate the power of the Jade Token again. Like the wind, he disappeared from the city wall and flew towards the imperial capital. Zhuo Wen was already prepared for this. He snorted coldly. Although his right hand missed, his empty left hand had already landed in front of Emperor Qin. With a whistling sound, a huge palm landed heavily on Emperor Qin's body. Pfft! Emperor Qin spat out a mouthful of blood. Even a casual wave from Zhuo Wen's huge body contained terrifying power. Even an expert like Emperor Qin would not feel good if he was hit by this power. Boom! The Qin Supreme the Arch fell heavily to the ground. He clutched his chest with his right hand and panted heavily. However, before he could catch his breath, Zhuo Wen's other hand had already arrived and grabbed the Qin Supreme the Arch. Let me go. Emperor Qin struggled violently. However, he realized that he could not break free from Zhuo Wen's palm. He stared at Zhuo Wen gloomily. His Majesty the Azure the Arch has been captured. He was defeated so easily. Chapter 1170. The past Zhuo Wen of the Buddhist Tao was expressionless. He grabbed the Cyan Emperor with his right hand and stepped into the imperial city. Soon, he saw the imperial city's underground prison in the northwest of the imperial city. That place was already enveloped by a pillar of fire. Below the pillar of fire was the imperial city's underground prison, where Zhuo Wen's closest relative, his father, was imprisoned. Speak. How do you break this great forbidden array? Zhuo Wen said indifferently as he glanced at the Lotus the Arch, who could not move at all. The Cyan Emperor's eyes flickered as he said coldly, this great forbidden array is a powerful array of the Burning Heaven sect. Moreover, I'm not the one who set it up. Even if you ask me, I won't know. Hearing those words, Zhuo Wen frowned slightly as a trace of coldness appeared in his eyes. Outside this coldness was a dense killing intent as he coldly said, since you don't know how to break the forbidden formation, you have no value at all. Sensing the surging killing intent in Zhuo Wen's eyes, the Cyan Emperor's pupils shrank. A trace of fear rose in his heart. He knew that he had no value to Zhuo Wen now. His death was approaching. Swoosh! A mountain-like golden palm fell from the sky towards the Cyan Emperor. Sensing the sharp wind, extreme fear rose in the Cyan Emperor's heart. It was a negative emotion in the face of death. Don't you want to know about your father and mother's past? Just as the golden palm was about to land in front of the Cyan Emperor suddenly roared. The fear in his eyes was extremely dense. He had experienced countless difficulties to cultivate to his current level. Now that he was dead, all his previous efforts would be in vain. As expected, when the Cyan Emperor said this, the golden palm that was about to land finally stopped above Zhuo Wen's head. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed. He touched the Cyan Emperor with his right hand and said with a complicated expression, you know about my father and mother's past. What is my mother's name? Where is she now? Hearing Zhuo Wen's somewhat urgent question, the Cyan Emperor sighed in his heart and said, "Your mother's name is Feng Xiao. She is the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. She is currently trapped on the top floor of the Burning Heaven sect's highest prison, the Burning Flame Pagoda. She is suffering the most torturous pain in the Burning Flame Pagoda. And all of this was caused by your father, that bastard Zhuo Xiaotian. That damned guy caused Xiao to be thrown into the Burning Flame Pagoda by the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect, to suffer for eternity. If it wasn't for him, Xiao would have been the sect master of the Burning Heaven sect. That bastard." Speaking of Zhuo Xiaotian, the Cyan Emperor's eyes revealed a deep chill, and he could not help but curse. Looking at the bitter and vengeful appearance of the Cyan Emperor, Zhuo narrowed his eyes. It seemed that a lot of things had happened back then. Moreover, he was somewhat surprised that his mother, Feng Xiao, was actually the previous holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect, and Mu Qinxue was the current holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect. Thinking of this, Zhuo bitterly smiled in his heart. Could this be the will of the heavens? His father had fallen in love with the previous holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect, and as his son, he had actually fallen in love with the current holy maiden. The two of them, father and son, really had some fate with the Burning Heaven sect. Tell me about what happened back then. If you can satisfy me, I can be lenient with you, Zhuo said indifferently. Just lenient with me, not sparing my life. The Cyan Emperor's eyes flickered as he said in a deep voice. Zhuo sneered and said ambiguously, "That will depend on your performance. The current you shouldn't have the qualifications to negotiate with me, right?" The Cyan Emperor's face froze. His eyes flickered as he straightforwardly agreed, "Sure. Then I'll tell you about what happened back then." Afterwards, the Cyan Emperor recounted everything that happened back then in full detail. Zhuo did not say anything, and quietly listened to the Cyan Emperor. Back then, Zhuo Xiaotian came out of Muqin County and entered the imperial capital with Grant Haohai. Zhuo Xiaotian was a very loyal and righteous person. Grant Haohai wanted to establish the Grant family in the imperial capital, so Zhuo Xiaotian was very attentive to his brother and helped him a lot. In the end, the Grant family was established in the imperial capital. At that time, the Grant family was still very weak. It was a small family that could not be ranked in the imperial capital. However, the two of them were not discouraged. At that time, Zhuo Xiaotian also planned to move the Zhuo family to the imperial capital. However, when he thought of the fact that the Zhuo family was a descendant of the Ryuka, he gave up on this idea. Later on, in order to develop better, Zhuo Xiaotian and Grant Haohai entered the imperial capital. They competed with countless geniuses in the imperial capital and attempted many dangerous missions issued by the imperial capital to train themselves. Both of them improved very quickly, especially Zhuo Xiaotian. His speed of improvement was much faster than Grant Haohai. Later on, in order to obtain a place in the Cyan Emperor board, Zhuo Xiaotian took the initiative to challenge the geniuses on the board. He went from the top 50, to the top 20, and then to the top 10. Zhuo Xiaotian's ranking also began to rise through the challenges. When he entered the top 10, he finally attracted the attention of the imperial capital. Even the Cyan Emperor took notice of Zhuo Xiaotian. When the Cyan Emperor was paying attention to Zhuo Xiaotian, the latter had already reached the top 5 on the Cyan Emperor board. Moreover, Zhuo Xiaotian was very young at that time. The Cyan Emperor quickly realized that Zhuo Xiaotian was extraordinary. He immediately made a prompt decision to confer Zhuo Xiaotian the title of Marquis. Zhuo Xiaotian's status was similar to the lords of the other counties, or even higher. At that time, the Cyan Emperor thought highly of Zhuo Xiaotian. He originally intended to nurture Zhuo Xiaotian into his most capable subordinate. Zhuo Xiaotian's talent did not disappoint the Cyan Emperor. His cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. Not only did he obtain the first place on the Cyan Emperor board, he also successfully advanced to the 4th Reverend Realm. Because of Zhuo Xiaotian's influence, Grant Haohai, who was Zhuo Xiaotian's closest brother, also obtained a lot of benefits. Because of Zhuo Xiaotian, the Grant family's development speed was also much faster. Although Grant Haohai had benefited a lot from Zhuowen, he felt a little uncomfortable when he saw that his brother had improved so much and widened the gap between them. Later, a grand event was held in the Qing Xian Empire. In that grand event, an outstanding beauty appeared. This beauty conquered all the young talents in the imperial capital with a phoenix dance. Even the high and mighty Cyan Emperor took a second look at this beauty. A touch of temptation rose in his heart. This beauty was the previous saintess of the Burning Heaven sect, Feng Xiao. The reason why she came to such a small place like the Qing Xian Empire was mainly because of the Fenglei Divine Lord's cave mansion. She wanted to obtain the legendary Fenglei Divine Talisman. However, Feng Xiao's luck was not as good as Mu Qinshue's. Although she inquired in the Qing Xian Empire for a long time and also contacted the Cyan Emperor, she did not find the Fenglei Divine Lord's cave mansion. It was also at this time that Feng Xiao and Zhuo Xiaotian met in the imperial capital. The two of them fell in love with each other. At that time, Zhuo Xiaotian did not know Feng Xiao's identity. Feng Xiao was afraid that Zhuo Xiaotian would shrink back because of her identity, so she deliberately concealed her identity as the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. Soon, the two of them fell in love. They got along day and night and helped each other in difficult times. However, all of this was seen by the Cyan Emperor. The Cyan Emperor also admired Feng Xiao very much. Seeing his subordinate and his beloved woman together, the Cyan Emperor's heart could be imagined. However, the Cyan Emperor did not directly attack Zhuo Xiaotian. Instead, he tried to persuade Feng Xiao. With Feng Xiao's status, falling in love with a lowly imperial capital warrior like Zhuo Xiaotian was simply inappropriate. Even if Feng Xiao could accept him, the forces behind her would not accept a grassroots warrior like Zhuo Xiaotian. Of course, the Cyan Emperor was only an outer elder of the Azure Dragon main palace. In terms of status, he could not compare to Feng Xiao. He also knew that he was not qualified to pursue Feng Xiao. However, Zhuo Xiaotian was only his subordinate. What right did he have to be intimate with Feng Xiao? So at that moment, Emperor Qing disliked Zhuo Xiaotian even more, but he still didn't make a move. Because if he made a move on Zhuo Xiaotian for no reason, it would only disappoint the other subordinates. However, the appearance of Galen Haohai gave the Cyan Emperor a reason to attack. Galen Haohai revealed the secret of Zhuo Xiaotian's dragon soul, which made the Cyan Emperor excited. He knew that Zhuo Xiaotian was a descendant of the Ryuka, and he was an outer elder of the Azure Dragon main palace. It was more than enough for him to capture Zhuo Xiaotian. Therefore, the Cyan Emperor attacked and began to announce Zhuo Xiaotian's identity as a descendant of the Ryuka. At the same time, he personally captured Zhuo Xiaotian in the imperial capital. When Zhuo Xiaotian saw that his identity was exposed, he knew that he could not escape this calamity. In the end, the four of them resisted the Cyan Emperor and even released the two-headed nether dragon. In that battle, Zhuo Xiaotian fought the Cyan Emperor with the cultivation of the Golden Exalt realm. In the end, the Cyan Emperor was forced to use his Life Emperor weapon. That battle shocked the entire imperial capital and shocked countless cultivators. It was also because of that battle that the imperial capital remembered Zhuo Xiaotian. In the end, Zhuo Xiaotian was defeated. The gap between him and the Cyan Emperor was too big. His defeat was only a matter of time. However, Feng Xiao made a move. She saved Zhuo Xiaotian and brought him away from the imperial capital. The Cyan Emperor was unwilling to give up, so he used a great method to contact the two elders of the Burning Sky sect, Fen Ri and Fen Ju. Relying on the methods of the two elders of the Burning Sky sect, the three martial emperors finally found Feng Xiao and Zhuo Xiaotian a year later. It turned out that the two of them were living a secluded life in a remote village in the Cyan Mystic Empire. Furthermore, Feng Xiao had given birth to a son for Zhuo Xiaotian, and this son was Zhuo. In this year, Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao did not stop cultivating. They knew that the Cyan Emperor would definitely not let them go, so they had to increase their own strength. In a short year, Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao had both advanced to the peak of the heavenly exalt realm. The two of them combined could completely defeat a second-level Emperor realm expert like the Cyan Emperor. However, this time, the Cyan Emperor brought the two elders, Fen Ri and Fen Ju. These two people were mid-level Emperor realm experts. Their strength was very terrifying. Even if Zhuo Xiaotian and Feng Xiao joined forces, they were no match for them. Chapter 1171. Invincible Emperor Lord. After all, Feng Xiao had yet to enter the Emperor realm back then. Even though she had the strength of the Emperor realm and might have had a chance against the Azure Emperor, Fen Ri and Fen Ju, two mid-level emperors, were still not enough. Therefore, Feng Xiao was captured by Fen Ri and Fen Ju in the end. Of course, Feng Xiao was the holy maiden of the Burning Heaven sect after all, so the two elders did not go too far. They only sealed Feng Xiao's cultivation and left the Qing Xian Empire with Feng Xiao to the Burning Heaven sect. They reported this matter to the Burning Heaven sect master and let him decide on this matter. Before leaving the Qing Xian Empire with Feng Xiao, the two elders naturally followed Emperor Qing and carried out a carpet search in the Qing Xian Empire to find Zhuo Xiaotian, who had taken Feng Xiao's innocence. How could their Burning Heaven sect's holy maiden be tarnished by a small grassroots cultivator? After searching for more than a month, Emperor Qing and the other two did not find any trace of Zhuo Xiaotian. However, Zhuo Xiaotian entered the imperial city alone for Feng Xiao. Zhuo Xiaotian's talent was indeed terrifying. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly sovereign realm, Emperor Qing was actually unable to do anything to Zhuo Xiaotian and was even suppressed by Zhuo Xiaotian. Zhuo Xiaotian's dragon soul, the two-headed nether dragon, was especially powerful. Later on, because of Fen Ri and Fen Ju's actions, Emperor Qing was able to capture Zhuo Xiaotian. Originally, Elder Fen Ri and Elder Fen Ju planned to kill Zhuo Xiaotian. However, under the threat of Feng Xiao's death, the two elders did not take Zhuo Xiaotian's life in the end. Instead, they imprisoned him on the 18th floor of the imperial city's dungeon. Hearing Emperor Qing's story, Zhuowen frowned slightly. He also did not expect that there was such a secret back then. The love between his mother, Feng Xiao, and his father, Zhuo Xiaotian, was actually so bumpy. Moreover, he also recalled that his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding, had told him that Zhuo Xiaotian had once returned to the clan more than 20 years ago. At that time, after he left Zhuowen in the clan, he left without saying a word. Zhuowen knew that Zhuo Xiaotian's purpose for that trip was probably to the imperial capital to search for his mother, Feng Xiao. Where is the Burning Heaven sect? Zhuowen asked with a cold gaze. The Burning Heaven sect is in the southern Barbarian. However, the headquarters of the Burning Heaven sect has always been very secretive. It is said that it is built in a secret realm. If there is no one from the Burning Heaven sect leading the way, it will be very difficult to enter the headquarters of the Burning Heaven sect. Emperor Qing shook his head. Zhuowen frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect the Burning Heaven sect to be so mysterious. Even Emperor Qing didn't know the exact location of the Burning Heaven sect's headquarters. Zhuowen. I've said everything that needs to be said. I think you should let me go. Emperor Qing probed. Zhuowen was expressionless. He didn't pay attention to Emperor Qing at all. With a flick of his finger, a golden energy swept out and tied up Emperor Qing like a golden rope. Then, his gaze fell on the monstrous sea of fire in the sky above the imperial capital's dungeon. A great forbidden array. I'd like to see how powerful this so-called great forbidden array is. With that, Zhuowen suddenly took a step forward and punched out with his right fist. His 1,000-meter-long arm was like a golden bridge in the void, spanning across the horizon and heavily bombarding the surface of the sea of fire. Boom. 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 Continuous explosions resounded. Golden light slowly rose like a blazing small sun. Then, the huge great forbidden array shook violently under this huge force. However, it only shook and showed no signs of collapse. Boom. 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 Zhuowen slowly retreated dozens of steps as he stared at the sea of fire in front of him. The defense of the burning heaven sect's great forbidden array was really strong. Even with the strength of his Buddha body, he couldn't cause the slightest bit of damage to it. I don't believe it. With a cold snort, Zhuowen once again pounced forward. Then, he punched out again. The powerful force tore through the air and emitted a sharp ear-piercing sound. However, what made Zhuowen frown was that no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't cause any substantial damage to the sea of fire. Emperor Qing, who was imprisoned by Zhuowen with his golden energy and thrown aside, had a strange look in his eyes. A jade talisman had unknowingly appeared in his right hand. He muttered in a low voice, "I think Grandmaster should be arriving soon. It's time to tell him the exact location." After saying that, Emperor Qing quietly crushed the jade talisman in his hand. A wisp of imperceptible jade-colored energy slowly dissipated in the air. Zhuowen didn't pay attention to what Emperor Qing was doing. He was just desperately waving his fist at the sea of fire. His eyes faintly revealed a trace of scarlet because he knew that his father, Zhuowen, was imprisoned in the sea of fire. Seeing his biological father in front of him but unable to rescue him was a kind of torture for Zhuowen. Therefore, he crazily threw himself at the sea of fire. Even though it seemed a little futile, he didn't give up. Boom. 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 The commotion caused by Zhuowen's fist striking the sea of flames was extremely great. The entire imperial capital seemed to have sunk into an earthquake. It constantly shook, trembled, and swayed, causing countless cultivators in the imperial capital to fall into panic. In the deepest part of the prison, a figure whose entire body was bound by chains seemed to have heard the commotion in the outside world. That originally immovable mountain-like figure trembled slightly, before slowly lifting his head. A pair of dark black eyes stared at the sea of fire in the sky. It was as if his sharp gaze could penetrate the surrounding sea of fire and clearly see everything beyond it. Zhuowen. The figure was startled. Then, he slowly got up. The movement of getting up pulled at the chains all over his body, producing clanging sounds of metal rubbing against each other. "I have to go up and take a look," the figure muttered in a low voice. With a stomp of his foot, a ring-shaped wave of air spread out with him as the center. Then, he shot out like an arrow from a bow. In an instant, he reached the entrance of the abyss. Then, with a stroke of his right hand, a gap appeared in the monstrous sea of fire. When a gap appeared in the sea of fire, Zhuowen's movements also stopped. His gaze passed through the gap and stared at Zhuo Xiaotian, whose entire body was bound by black chains and whose hair was disheveled, and his nose actually felt a little sour. His father had been imprisoned in this abyss for more than 20 years. In the endless darkness, Zhuowen really didn't know how Zhuo Xiaotian had survived until now. Zhuo Xiaotian raised his head slightly and looked at the 10,000 feet tall Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, "Child. You're here." Although it was only one sentence, Zhuowen could feel a deep concern and a trace of guilt from it. As a father, he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father for a single day in the past 20 years. "Father. I'm here. I'll save you right now." However, Zhuowen smiled and extended his right hand towards the gap. However, when he reached the gap, an invisible force, like an iron wall, froze Zhuowen's right arm. "This is..." Zhuowen's pupils shrank as he smashed his fist down. However, he was unable to penetrate this invisible barrier. "Child. Fenju and Fenri had long expected that after my strength increased, I would be able to break free from the Great Forbidden Spell formation. Therefore, when they were setting up the Great Forbidden Spell formation, they did not know that there was an even more powerful formation inside. I'm afraid that only an invincible Emperor Master would be able to break this formation. Father is still quite a distance away from this realm. Chua Xiaotian said somewhat bitterly. Invincible Emperor Lord. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He did not expect Fen Zhu and Fen Ri to be so ruthless. They actually set up 2 layers of arrays in the Imperial City's dungeon, and each layer was more terrifying than the last. As for the invincible Emperor Lord that Zhuowen spoke of, Zhuowen had never heard of it. Chua Xiaotian also saw the doubt in Zhuowen's eyes. He knew that Zhuowen might not be clear about the realm of Invincible Emperor Lord, so he said gently, Invincible Emperor Lord means that you are invincible in the Emperor realm. The Emperor realm is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are low, the middle 3 levels are middle, and the last 3 levels are high. Above the 9th level of the Emperor realm is the Half-Saint realm. However, between the 9th level of the Emperor realm and the Half-Saint realm, there are people who can grasp the Saint Inscription Law in advance, but their cultivation has not reached the Half-Saint realm. Invincible in the Emperor realm? Zhuowen's eyes lit up. He did not expect that there would be such a division in the Emperor realm. However, he also knew that it would be extremely difficult to grasp the Saint Inscription Law before becoming a saint. Only a few extremely terrifying monstrous geniuses would be able to do it. Even though Zhou Xiaotian's talent was indeed very strong, he still felt a little guilty about becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. However, it would be easier to skip the realm of Invincible Emperor Lord and directly reach the Half-Saint realm. However, such a half-saint would only be an ordinary half-saint. At most, his strength would be slightly stronger than an Invincible Emperor Lord. If he first became an Invincible Emperor Lord, and then used the Invincible Emperor Lord's power to become a half-saint, then the power he would obtain would be extremely terrifying. In the Heavenly Armor continent, most monstrous geniuses who were confident in their talent would not rush to break through to the half-saint realm after reaching the 9th layer Emperor realm. Instead, they would first comprehend the Saint Inscription Law and successfully grasp the Saint Inscription Law to become an Invincible Emperor Lord. Only then would they choose to break through to the half-saint realm. Chua Xiaotian's aura was very strong. Chua Xiaotian could not see through it at all. At this moment, Chua Xiaotian gave him a feeling that Chua Xiaotian was even stronger than Jian Mu in the desolate ancient city. Zhuowen knew that Chua Xiaotian should also be a high-level Emperor realm expert, and possibly an existence that was extremely close to becoming an invincible Emperor Lord. Zhuowen's eyes flickered. He did not expect Chua Xiaotian to be so strong. However, what surprised him even more was the terrifying formation that trapped Chua Xiaotian. Even a high-level Emperor realm expert could not escape from it, let alone the current Zhuowen. Whoosh! While Zhuowen and Chua Xiaotian were looking at each other speechlessly, a beam of light suddenly swept over from afar. It finally stopped not far from the sea of fire, and then a stalwart figure appeared. This person was dressed in a long blue robe, and there was a trace of purple in his long flowing hair. He wore a mysterious purple mask, and his eyes faintly flickered with a sharp radiance. In particular, there was an extremely terrifying spiritual storm swirling around this person. This spiritual storm was even stronger than the other arcanists that Zhuowen had seen before. Perhaps only the mysterious Master Mu Feng could match up to this blue-robed figure. Chapter 1172. The Mysterious Arcane Heavenly Master. Save me. The Lotus Emperor looked at the majestic blue figure with excitement in his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim. The blue-robed man with a purple mask glanced at Emperor Qing and nodded. He took a step forward and flew towards Emperor Qing, intending to save him. You want to save Emperor Qing? Don't even think about it. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Emperor Qing had tried to kill him several times. He would not allow the blue-robed man to save Emperor Qing. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. Boom! Boom! Zhuo Wen, who had a towering Buddha body, took a step forward and instantly arrived where Emperor Qin was. His towering palm descended, intending to capture Emperor Qin. Humph! You are just a peak heavenly master. Even if you have some powerful secret technique to increase your combat strength, you are still no match for me. No one can stop me from saving the person I want to save. The blue-robed man snorted, and the mental strength in his Naiwan palace surged out like a tsunami. The mental strength storm that surrounded the blue-robed man split into tens of thousands in an instant. Bang! 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 The tens of thousands of mental strength storms came crashing down, causing Zhuo Wen to frown. His hand, which was originally going to grab the blue-robed man, changed direction and faced the terrifying mental strength storm. Boom! The pressure generated by the tens of thousands of mental strength storms was like the water pressure in the deep sea. It was extremely terrifying. Zhuo Wen felt his right hand being squeezed until it became deformed. Boom! Boom! Under this pressure, Zhuo Wen groaned and retreated dozens of steps. He looked at the blue-robed man who had landed beside the Azure Emperor with fear in his eyes. Fortunately, Zhuo Wen was at the 5th level of the Great Nirvana realm. Although Zhuo Wen's hand was distorted by the pressure, Zhuo Wen waved his right hand and the distorted hand returned to its original state. Who exactly are you? Zhuo Wen's gaze was grave as he looked at the blue-robed man and coldly asked. The blue-robed man's exposed eyes were filled with indifference. He did not answer Zhuo Wen's question. Instead, he waved his right hand and a surge of mental strength gushed out. The golden energy binding Gene D was instantly destroyed. Thank you for saving me. Emperor Qin, who was rescued, quickly bowed beside the blue-robed man. His eyes were filled with respect. He knew that the blue-robed man in front of him held a much higher position in the Azure Dragon headquarters than him. The blue-robed man waved his hand and looked at Zhuo Wen. He frowned. Is this man Zhuo Wen? How come I can't feel any yuan force from him, but he is Buddhist? The Qing Emperor hurriedly said, Master, you may not know this, but I don't know what kind of secret technique this lad has cultivated to actually produce such a Buddhist body. His other body is still in the Celestial Empire. External avatar. The blue-robed man sounded surprised. Hearing the conversation between the blue-robed man and Emperor Qin, Zhuo Wen slowly took a few steps back. He faintly guessed that this blue-robed man was likely a member of the Azure Dragon main hall. Moreover, his position was definitely much higher than Emperor Qin. Especially the mental energy on this person's body, it actually gave him an extremely strong sense of danger. I think it should be a secret technique similar to the external avatar, Emperor Qin said concisely. So it's just an avatar. Is the original body not here? In that case, let's capture this avatar first. The blue-robed man nodded. Soon after, he waved his sleeve and threw out nearly 100 yuan crystals. The surface of these yuan crystals emitted a lustrous white glow. After which, the blue-robed man formed a seal with both of his hands. These nearly 100 yuan crystals erupted with an extremely hot white glow. This white glow rushed into the sky and drew a complicated formation. Swoosh swoosh. Soon after, two figures appeared out of thin air from within the white light. A teleportation array. Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed as he stared at the two figures that gradually emerged from the white light. This Arcana Heavenly Master's methods were indeed somewhat unusual. He had actually constructed a teleportation array so casually. However, he also knew that this teleportation array should be a short-distance teleportation array. If it was a long-distance teleportation array, it would not have been constructed in such a short time, even if the creator was an arcane heavenly master. These two figures were middle-aged men. They were dressed in similar cyan robes, and on the chest of their robes, there was a ferocious cyan dragon. The aura of these two men was even stronger than that of Yun Zhongjuan and Jin Sheng. They were almost comparable to Azura, the island master of Azura Island. Two fourth-level great emperors. Zhuo Wen frowned and narrowed his eyes. Who would have thought that this Arcana heavenly master would be able to summon two fourth-level great emperors? That was terrifying. Master. What are your orders? The two green-robed men nodded slightly and asked the blue-robed man politely. Capture this boy alive. The blue-robed man said indifferently. Yes. The two men in green robes nodded. Soon after, their indifferent gazes landed on Zhuo Wen. Without further ado, they unleashed their Emperor aura at the fourth level of the Emperor realm. Terrifying Yuan power spread out in all directions, transforming into two green shadows and attacking Zhuo Wen. 9 Flames Karmic Fire. Seeing the two green-robed men attacking without saying a word, Zhuo Wen did not hold back and used the 9 Flames Karmic Fire. He knew very well how big the gap between him and a fourth-level Great Emperor was. If he did not use his full strength, he would end up in a miserable state. He still has heavenly fire. The blue-robed man raised his eyebrows and whispered in surprise. Boom! Boom! In just an instant, the 9 flames karmic fire spread across the entire horizon as if it was burning the sky. Under the spread of the 9 flames karmic fire, the temperature of the entire county rose at a terrifying speed. Countless warriors in the imperial capital felt as if they were on fire. Some warriors who could not bear it left the imperial capital one after another. They knew that if they continued to stay in the imperial capital, they would definitely be roasted alive by the terrifying temperature. The two green-robed men looked at each other and saw a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. However, the surprise only lasted for a moment before they calmed down. So what if he had heavenly fire? The gap between them and Zhuo Wen was too big. He probably could not unleash the full power of the heavenly fire. Break! 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 Both of them unleashed the power of the stars at the same time. 18 stars smashed down one by one, bombarding the sea of fire that permeated the entire sky. The terrifying sea of fire stirred up an extremely terrifying flame aftershock. Zhuo Wen, who was within the sea of flames, frowned slightly. He stomped his foot on the ground, and his 3 kilometers long arm clenched into a fist as he suddenly punched out, smashing fiercely onto the 18 stars. Thump! Thump! However, to Zhuo Wen's astonishment, the power emanating from the 18 stars was extremely terrifying. Even when he used his full strength to strike the stars, not only was he unable to shatter them, he was even forced back by the power of the stars that permeated the surface. A peak heavenly venerable trying to resist 2 mid-level martial emperors. You're delusional. Even if you have heavenly fire, it's impossible. One of the mid-level martial emperors said indifferently. He exchanged a glance with the other green-robed man. The two of them tacitly moved in a triangular formation and surrounded Zhuo Wen. Terrifying emperor aura filled the air. Boom! 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 Another terrifying collision occurred. Zhuo Wen groaned. Under the encirclement of the 2 mid-level martial emperors, he was in an extremely passive state. It could even be said that he was being suppressed. Although Zhuo Wen's combat strength was monstrous, his true cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. With heavenly fire in his immortal body, his combat strength was at most comparable to Jin Sheng's. Now that the 2 fourth-level martial emperors had joined forces, Zhuo Wen was no match for them. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. Pfft! Zhuo Wen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a few hundred steps. His chest heaved slightly and his eyes were filled with fear. The gap between him and the mid-level martial emperors was too great. He was no match for the 2 green-robed men. I have to escape. Light flashed in Zhuo Wen's eyes. He knew that the great restrictive spell formation that trapped Zhuowen could only be broken with the strength of an invincible martial emperor. With his current strength, it was no doubt a fool's dream to break through the great restrictive spell formation. Hence, there was no point for him to stay in the imperial capital. His only regret was that he did not manage to kill Emperor Qing. Within the great restrictive spell formation, Zhuo Xiaotian looked worriedly at Zhuowen. 2 4th-level martial emperors and an arcane heavenly master. Zhuowen was basically in a dead end. The chances of him escaping were too low. However, Zhuo Xiaotian did not have the strength to break through the great restrictive spell formation. Zhuo Xiaotian could not help Zhuowen at all. He could only watch as Zhuowen was beaten up. Emperor Qing. You must die. Taking another step back, Zhuowen of the Buddha Dao glared at the Azure Emperor. He took a step forward and charged towards the Azure Emperor. You overestimate yourself. Emperor Qing was not afraid at all. He had a master by his side. Zhuowen was simply courting death. Hence, he was not worried at all. The blue-robed man also revealed a mocking smile in his eyes. His right hand stepped on the empty space and formed an invisible barrier in front of him. Even the 2 green-robed men stopped chasing after Zhuowen. They were well aware of how powerful the blue-robed man was. Zhuowen directly charged towards the blue-robed man. Wasn't he courting death? However, just as Zhuowen was about to reach the invisible barrier, he let out a low roar and stomped his foot to the side. He actually fled immediately. He had no intention of killing Emperor Qing at all. This scene caused the blue-robed man to be dumbfounded. He didn't even have time to react. The other 2 green-robed men were also stunned. No one had expected that Zhuowen would actually flee at this critical juncture. Bastard! Are you toying with me? The blue-robed man was infuriated. He stomped his foot and charged towards the fleeing Zhuowen of the Buddhist Dao. The 2 green-robed men also felt humiliated. They unconsciously followed behind the blue-robed man, leaving only the Azure Emperor behind. Humph. It's just a small trick. With the 3 lords around, Zhuowen, your little tricks won't work at all. When the time comes, you still won't be able to escape the fate of death. After this clone of yours dies, it will be your original body's turn, Emperor Qing sneered. Is that so? I think the one who will die is you, Emperor Qing. Chapter 1173. Teleportation, Zhuowen. Aren't you? Seeing Zhuowen of Buddhism standing quietly behind him and looking at him with a smile, Emperor Qing could not help but tremble. Wasn't Zhuowen chased by the blue-robed man and his 2 companions? Why did he suddenly appear in front of him? At this moment, Zhuowen had returned to the size of a normal person. His huge body was too big of a target. The main reason Zhuowen was able to escape the pursuit of the blue-robed man and the other 2 was that he had the last piece of the Wind Rider 9 Autumns on him. This item allowed him to teleport about 500 kilometers. Therefore, when the blue-robed man and the other 2 were about to catch up to him, Zhuowen immediately activated the Wind Rider 9 Autumns. Die. Now that time was of the essence, Zhuowen didn't waste any time. He slammed his palm down and a terrifying golden light burst out, forming a Buddha's palm in the sky and enveloping Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing had already suffered serious injuries in the battle with Zhuowen. Moreover, his natal emperor weapon, the Peach Blossom Origin Diagram, was also destroyed by Zhuowen. Now, facing Zhuowen's all-out attack, Emperor Qing was no match for him. Ah! Emperor Qing screamed as he was drowned by the terrifying Buddha's palm. When his screams came to an abrupt end, Emperor Qing's figure and the huge Buddha's palm disappeared from the world at the same time. After destroying Emperor Qing with 1 palm strike, Zhuowen took a deep look at the imperial city's dungeon, which was surrounded by a boundless sea of fire. There was an opening there, and in the opening stood a figure bound in chains. Zhuowen. Leave. You don't have the ability to save me now. Zhuo Xiaotian's eyes were full of praise. He had seen Zhuowen's performance just now. There was no doubt that Zhuowen's talent was more terrifying than his in the past. Now, what Zhuowen lacked was time. Zhuo Xiaotian knew that as long as he gave Zhuowen a certain amount of time, his son would definitely surpass him. At that time, Zhuowen might be able to help him save Feng Xiao. Zhuowen nodded. The invincible Emperor realm was too far away from him. He couldn't reach such a height in a short period of time. However, Zhuowen might be able to. Therefore, Zhuowen immediately thought of the Azure Dragon Palace. This was the inheritance of a saint. Perhaps there were Saint Rune laws inside. If Zhuowen could comprehend the Saint Rune laws, he might be able to reach the Saint Emperor realm. Father. If you directly comprehend the Saint Rune laws, can you reach the Saint Emperor realm? Zhuowen asked. Zhuo Xiaotian was startled. He nodded and said, if I have the Saint Rune laws as a reference, it will indeed be beneficial for me to reach the invincible Emperor realm. However, Saint Runes aren't cabbages. They are things that only saints have. It's impossible for us to obtain them, let alone comprehend them. Zhuo Xiaotian couldn't help but shake his head. In the vast eastern land, the number of saints was extremely small. Saint Runes were very important to saints. It was impossible for ordinary people to obtain such things. Therefore, Zhuo Xiaotian didn't even think about it because it was unrealistic. Although his cultivation had reached the high-level Emperor realm due to the Dragon Soul, he still couldn't comprehend the Saint Rune laws and enter the invincible Emperor realm. The main reason was that he had to rely on himself to verify it. This way, comprehending the Saint Rune laws would undoubtedly be much slower. Father. I'll leave first. The next time I come, I'll definitely help you out. Zhuowen spoke to Zhuo Xiaotian when he sensed the sonic boom coming from outside the imperial city. He did not stay any longer. He took a step in the air and immediately left the imperial city, heading in the direction of Muqing County. Not long after Zhuowen left, 3 whistling sounds came. Then, the blue-robed Arcana Master and 2 azure-robed men appeared. At this moment, the 3 of them didn't look very good. When they were about to catch up to Zhuowen, the latter used an unknown tool and disappeared in front of them. In an instant, he appeared thousands of miles away from them and returned to the imperial capital. When they arrived at the imperial capital, Zhuowen was already nowhere to be found. Even Emperor Qing's aura had disappeared from the imperial capital. There was no doubt that Emperor Qing had met with misfortune. Master. I'm afraid Emperor Qing is dead. One of the azure-robed men said respectfully. The blue-robed Arcana Master snorted and said in a low voice, what a cunning guy. He actually has a tool that can teleport him thousands of miles away. Then what should we do next? The azure-robed man continued to ask. Go to the Heavenly Empire. That Zhuowen must be captured alive. Regardless of whether it is the high-grade the Arch artifact that the Azure the Arch mentioned, the Heavenly Flame, or his identity as a descendant of the Long clan, we cannot let him go, the blue-robed Arcana Master said coldly. The 2 azure-robed men naturally didn't have any objections. After the 3 of them discussed some matters, they turned into 3 streaks of black lightning and flew towards Muqing County. At their level of cultivation, the distance between the imperial capital and Muqing County wasn't very far. At this moment, in the house of Marquis Qin, Lu Hantian, Zhuowen, the Flame Emperor, Xiang, Miao Lu, and a group of higher-ups of the Celestial Empire were sitting in the reception hall, discussing the battle. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. This time, they had defeated the imperial capital army without losing a single soldier. Even the 4 Emperor Realm experts of the Blue Whale Holy Dynasty and the Alcade Holy Dynasty had fallen. Such a battle record was extremely dazzling in the entire Eastern land. Of course, the biggest contributor this time was naturally Zhuowen, who was sitting next to Lu Hantian. Everyone in the reception hall looked at Zhuowen with a hint of respect. Although Zhuowen's cultivation didn't seem very high, the combat strength he had displayed was enough to shock everyone. At this moment, Zhuowen was listening to the conversation in the reception hall with a smile on his face. But soon, he stood up and his face became extremely gloomy. Zhuowen's action immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. Everyone looked at Zhuowen with confusion. "Zhuowen. What's wrong?" Lu Hantian asked with a little surprise. "Something bad has happened." Zhuowen's face was extremely solemn as he recounted what had happened in the imperial capital. Of course, time was of the essence, so Zhuowen didn't go into detail. But the people in the reception hall weren't ordinary people, so they quickly understood what Zhuowen meant. "It seems like the people from the Azure Dragon main palace are here. And 2 4th-level Emperor Realm experts and 1 arcane heavenly master came at the same time." Lu Hantian also stood up. He also knew the seriousness of the matter. Although only 3 people from the Azure Dragon main palace came this time, the 3 of them were not simple. Just the 3 of them alone probably had the ability to destroy a holy dynasty, let alone a mere celestial empire in the Qing Xian Empire. What should we do? Many people in the reception hall began to panic. Whether it was the 4th-level Emperor Realm experts or the arcane heavenly master, they weren't people they could fight against. If the 3 of them really came to the Celestial Empire, it would undoubtedly be the end of the Celestial Empire. Although Lu Hantian looked calm on the surface, his heart was in a mess. 2 4th-level Emperor Realm experts and 1 arcane heavenly master. Such a lineup made even the fearless Lu Hantian a little afraid. "Brother Hantian. Next, arrange for the important people of the Celestial Empire to gather. At the same time, dismiss the soldiers of the Celestial Empire and have them leave the capital. I will bring you to a secret place." A voice suddenly sounded in Lu Hantian's mind. Then, Lu Hantian's gaze fell on Zhuowen. It was Zhuowen who had sent him a message. Out of trust for Zhuowen, Lu Hantian didn't even ask. He just nodded at Zhuowen and went to arrange for the important people of the Celestial Empire to be gathered and dismissed. In about 2 hours, Lu Hantian had arranged everything. Although many soldiers of the Celestial Empire were puzzled by Lu Hantian's actions, no one dared to disobey Lu Hantian's orders. After all, Lu Hantian was the leader of the Celestial Empire, the Celestial Emperor. He represented the highest position in the Celestial Empire. Even if they were dissatisfied, they wouldn't do anything to disobey. In the open space outside the reception hall, there were nearly 100 figures, including Xiang's group of 5, Miao Lu, Fang Yu, and LV Yongsheng. As for the Flame Emperor, because he wasn't a member of the Celestial Empire, he left the capital alone after dismissing the soldiers of the Yanxian Empire. Lu Hantian and Zhuowen stood quietly in front of the group of 100 people, quietly staring at the crowd. Lu Hantian said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen. I have arranged for the important people according to your request. These are all people that Xiuan and I trust." Zhuowen nodded and said, "Let's wait for a while. Let's wait for my Buddhist avatar to arrive." Lu Hantian nodded lightly and waited silently with Zhuowen. After a while, a golden light swept over from the horizon. Zhuowen's Buddhist avatar arrived above the open space and quickly landed beside Zhuowen. "Come back." Zhuowen nodded, turned into a golden light and entered Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen's clone nodded, turned into a golden light and entered his body. Whoosh! 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 The moment the Buddhist avatar entered Zhuowen's body, 3 people arrived above the reception hall. These 3 people were the blue-robed Arcana Master and his 2 companions. "Zhuowen. Are you all trying to seek death together?" The blue-robed Arcana Master stood in the void, quietly looking down at the people below. His deep gaze focused on Zhuowen as he said indifferently. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "I am not seeking death. I am seeking life." As he spoke, Zhuowen flicked his right finger and took out a pale token. It was the blue dragon token that he had obtained from the blue dragon hall. Whoosh! The moment the blue dragon token was taken out, a milky white light enveloped everyone in the open space, and a wave of spatial power spread out. Spatial power? Oh no, it's a teleportation token. Come back. The blue-robed Arcana Master roared angrily. He stomped his foot and landed on the open space below. Terrifying mental energy was released from his Naiwan palace. Instantly, the gravity in the open space increased exponentially. The people who were enveloped by this gravity felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on them. Many of them fell to the ground with trembling eyes. It was too terrifying. Was this the power of an Arcana Heavenly Master? Let's go. Chapter 1174. Re-entering the Azure Dragon Hall. Boom. The terrifying spiritual energy was like the might of the heavens, crushing down from the sky. Instantly, everything within a radius of 5 kilometers around the guest hall was crushed into dust by the spiritual energy, turning into ruins. The blue-robed Arcana Master's face became extremely unsightly as he looked at the ruined reception hall. The moment his mental energy descended, Zhuowen's group had already been transported away by the spatial power. Master. The two azure-robed men approached and asked with a slight frown. The blue-robed Arcana Master snorted coldly and said, "They escaped." The token in Zhuowen's hand contains a rather powerful teleportation formation. It can actually teleport almost 100 people away at the same time. The two azure-robed men looked at each other in shock. Teleporting almost 100 people was an extremely difficult task. Ordinary teleportation formations could not do it at all. Then what should we do? The two azure-robed men frowned and asked. Wait. We'll wait in the Azure Xian Empire for 2 months. After 2 months, if there's still no news from Zhuowen, we'll leave, the blue-robed Arcana Master said indifferently. The two azure-robed men naturally followed the blue-robed Arcana Master's lead. They looked at each other and did not have any objections. This was a spacious hall. The ground was filled with dense mist, and the ceiling of the hall was an oval-shaped dome filled with stars. If one did not look carefully, they might think that it was a real starry sky. Figures sat cross-legged in the hall. When Zhuowen led almost 100 people from the Heavenly Empire into this place, the figures sitting cross-legged in the hall seemed to sense something and opened their eyes. Their deep gazes landed on Zhuowen's group who had just entered. Thump. Thump. When these people's gazes landed on Zhuowen at the very front, they all stood up with excitement in their eyes. Zhuowen. 4 figures broke through the air and arrived in front of Zhuowen. One of them was an old man with white hair and a white beard. He arrived in front of Zhuowen in a single step. His slightly withered hands landed heavily on Zhuowen's shoulders. His aged voice slowly sounded, "Zhuowen. It's good that you're back. Grandpa." Zhuowen also replied somewhat excitedly. The old man in front of him was his grandfather, Zhuo Xiangding. The other 3 people were 1 man and 2 women. They were Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian. The surrounding Zhuo family members also gathered around and stared at Zhuowen with admiration. Now, Zhuowen's position in their hearts was like that of a god. They were especially grateful to Zhuowen for bringing them into the Azure Dragon Hall. This was because the density of the Yuan Qi here far exceeded that of other places. In addition, the Azure Dragon's origin had brought them benefits. These 2 years in the Azure Dragon Hall were the 2 years where they had made the greatest progress. Among them, there were quite a number of Zhuo clan members whose cultivation had actually reached the 4th stage. This caused Zhuowen to feel rather gratified. After all, the Zhuo family was a descendant of the Ryuka. Only when the Zhuo family flourished could they truly revive. Right now, this was only the beginning. Zhuowen knew that as time passed, the Ryuka's golden age from 10,000 years ago would definitely reappear. What made Zhuowen feel gratified was that Shuoxiangding's cultivation had also reached the early Xuanzuan realm, while Lvetao, Luo Xing, and Qin Lian had reached the Golden Venerable realm. Among them, Lvetao had reached the peak of the Heavenly Venerable realm. He could be considered the existence with the highest cultivation among the three. What dense yuan qi? At this moment, Lu Hantian and the others, who were standing behind Zhuowen, were all shocked. The density of the yuan qi in the Azure Dragon Hall had almost exceeded everyone's expectations. This was many times stronger than the Qing Xian Empire. Zhuowen, where exactly is this place? Lu Hantian asked the question that was on everyone's mind. This is the Azure Dragon Hall, the residence of the saint, the Azure Dragon Taoist. The outside of the Azure Dragon Hall is enveloped by the Azure Dragon's origin. It has the powerful effect of increasing the martial aptitude of a warrior. Furthermore, the yuan qi inside is many times denser than outside. Zhuowen introduced indifferently. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall fell into silence. Soon after, their gazes fell on Zhuowen in disbelief. This hall was actually the inheritance of a saint. They even thought that there was something wrong with their ears. To the people of the Qing Xian Empire, a saint was a legendary existence. He was an unattainable existence. But now, Zhuowen actually said that the hall they were in was actually the inheritance of a saint. Such news was too shocking for them. After carefully digesting these words, everyone believed that this was indeed not a dream. It was real, especially the terrifying density of the yuan qi in this place. It was definitely not something that an ordinary martial emperor could arrange. Therefore, after the shock, no one doubted Zhuowen's words. Instead, their hearts were filled with passion. They knew that since Zhuowen had brought them in, it meant that he treated them as his own people. This also meant that they could cultivate in such a blessed place in the future. Wasn't the pursuit of martial arts the advancement of martial arts? Now that a blessed place like the Saint's Mansion was extremely beneficial to their martial arts advancement, they naturally wished for such a place. After making arrangements for everyone, Zhuowen, Lu Hantian, Shuoxiangding and a few others who were closest to Zhuowen gathered together and smiled at each other. Zhuowen. I didn't expect you to have such a great opportunity to obtain the inheritance of a saint. No wonder you improved so quickly. Lu Hantian patted Zhuowen's shoulder and laughed. His eyes were filled with gratification. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was only at the peak of the Empyrean realm, his battle strength was actually above Lu Hantian's. Now, Lu Hantian did not treat Zhuowen as a junior. Instead, he treated Zhuowen as an equal of the same generation. Of course, the brotherly relationship between the two of them would not change no matter how one looked at it. Shuoxiangding and the others also nodded. They agreed with Lu Hantian's words. Zhuowen's improvement speed was indeed fast, so fast that it shocked them. However, if they thought about the inheritance of the Azure Dragon Palace, Zhuowen's rapid improvement became reasonable. Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders when he saw the expression of understanding on everyone's faces. He did not explain too much. Only he knew the exact situation. Although the Blue Dragon Hall was of great use to him back then, the reason why he was able to improve so quickly was because of other opportunities. After all, he was far from completely controlling the Azure Dragon Palace. There were 3 layers of heaven and earth in the Azure Dragon Palace. Only by breaking through all 3 layers of heaven and earth would the entire Azure Dragon Palace become Zhuowen's possession and be under his control. Zhuowen. After all, this Azure Dragon Palace is the residence of a saint, right? It can't be that there's only one hall, right? Lu Hantian looked around and found that there was only one hall in the palace. He could not help but ask doubtfully. Actually, I haven't completely controlled the Azure Dragon Palace. After I completely control it, the other functions of the Azure Dragon Palace should be automatically released. Zhuowen rubbed his hands and said. Hearing this, Lu Hantian and the others all nodded. However, when they thought about how this was the residence of a saint, it would be unreasonable if it was so easy to control. Grandfather. I wonder if anyone in our Zhuo family has awakened a dragon soul in the Azure Dragon Palace. Zhuowen asked hopefully. The Azure Dragon Palace possessed the origin of the Azure Dragon, which should have a very good inducing effect on the Zhuo family who possessed the bloodline of the Long family. Stimulating the bloodline in their bodies, the chances of awakening the dragon soul would also be much higher. Hearing this, Zhuo Xiangding's face flushed red, and his eyes revealed excitement as he said, Haha. Yes, the Azure Dragon's origin is indeed very useful. 3 people in the Zhuo family have already awakened a dragon soul. Oh. There are 3. Which 3? Zhuowen's eyes lit up as he asked in anticipation. Zhuo Tian, Xiang, Mei Xue, the 3 of you come out. Zhuo Xiangding called out to the Zhuo family behind him. Immediately after, 3 people walked out from the Zhuo family behind him. They were a man and 2 women. The man was a few years older than Zhuowen. He was dressed in black, and his eyes were sharp. Of the 2 women, one of them was dressed in a white dress. Her face was pure and pleasant, and her long black hair was draped over her shoulders. She looked calm and serene. The other woman was slightly charming, and her figure was extremely hot. Her plump and delicate body was extremely alluring under the red qipao. Seeing the 3 of them, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of a smile. Zhuo Tian, Zhuo Xiang, and Zhuo Mei Xue were rather famous geniuses back in the family. Back then, Zhuowen had some interactions with the 3 of them. However, as his strength increased and he stepped out of Rattan Armor City, he rarely saw the 3 of them. At this moment, the 3 of them were clearly a little reserved. Although they knew that Zhuowen was of the same generation as them, there was still a trace of uncontrollable caution in their hearts. This was because Zhuowen's deeds had spread throughout the entire Qing Xian Empire. Even Zhuowen's strength and his servants were far more powerful than the 3 of them. Unknowingly, the genius who was on equal footing with them back in the family had already grown to such a level. Right now, they could only silently look up at Zhuowen's back. Let me see the dragon souls of the 3 of you. Zhuowen's voice was gentle. The cultivation of the 3 of them was pretty good, around the sovereign stage. However, due to the dragon souls in their bodies, their fighting strength should be much stronger than ordinary sovereigns. Hearing his words, the 3 of them exchanged a glance. Shortly after, Zhuowen took a step forward and said, Cousin Zhuowen, my dragon soul is a 3rd-grade dragon soul. It's called the Blue Mulberry Dragon. As he spoke, a dense blue light gushed out from between Zhuo Tian's brows. The blue light soared into the sky and turned into a giant blue dragon that was several hundred feet long. This blue dragon's appearance was somewhat similar to the Western dragons on Earth. It had 4 pairs of blue wings on its back, and a pair of dragon legs that were extremely thick and solid like the trunk of a towering tree. A 3rd-grade dragon soul, Blue Mulberry Dragon. Not bad. Chapter 1175. Second Heaven and Earth. Hearing Zhuowen's words of praise, Zhuo Tian revealed a flattered expression. Zhuowen's image had long been deified in the hearts of many members of the Zhuo family. Even though Zhuo Tian and Zhuowen were of the same generation, and in terms of seniority, Zhuowen was still Zhuo Tian's cousin, but Zhuo Tian still treated Zhuowen as if he was facing an elder of the family, and even showed more restraint. Smiling and nodding at Zhuo Tian, Zhuowen's gaze fell on Zhuo Xiang and Zhuo Mei Xue on the other side, and said with a smile, What about the 2 of you? Hearing this, Zhuo Xiang and Zhuo Mei Xue looked at each other and released their respective dragon souls. Zhuo Xiang's dragon soul was the same as Zhuo Tian's. It had also reached the 3rd grade, and was called the Butterfly Fragrance Dragon. This dragon's appearance was extremely gorgeous and colorful, like a butterfly dancing among flowers. Moreover, This dragon's body emitted an invisible fragrance that had the effect of causing hallucinations and hypnosis. The quality of Zhuo Meishue's dragon soul was inferior to Zhuo Xiang, Er's and Zhuo Tian's. It was only a second-grade dragon soul. It was a huge dragon with ice and snow lingering around its body, and its might was not bad. The dragon souls you have awakened are not bad. The Azure Dragon source around the Azure Dragon Hall is extremely beneficial to your dragon souls, Zhuowen said with a smile. Zhuo Tian and the other two looked at each other and nodded solemnly, their eyes filled with excitement. Big brother Hantian, grandfather. I'm about to go to the second heaven of the Azure Dragon Hall. Once I pass it, the Azure Dragon Hall will unlock more functions, and I can even choose a rather generous reward from there. Zhuowen slowly stood up and said with a faint smile. The second heaven? Zhuowen, from what you said, the second heaven should be an extremely dangerous place. If you can't pass it, what will the consequences be? Lu Hantian asked with a frown. Zhuowen said with a chuckle, the consequence of not being able to pass it is death. At that time, the Azure Dragon Hall will choose a new successor. Dead? The pupils of the surrounding crowd shrunk. Worry surged in their eyes as they looked at Zhuowen. The price is so high. Lu Hantian and Zhuo Xiangding looked at each other and frowned. Big brother Zhuo. Can't we not challenge it? Miao Lv's beautiful eyes were filled with nervousness as she twisted her hands together. Lv Yitao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian also revealed worried expressions. The reason why they were able to enter the Azure Dragon Palace to cultivate was all because of Zhuowen. If Zhuowen died, then they might be chased out by the power of the Azure Dragon Palace, which would not benefit them at all. Zhuowen shook his head and said indifferently, if you don't pay a price and take a certain risk, how can you obtain more power? Seeing Zhuowen say this, everyone knew that Zhuowen had already made up his mind, so no one came forward to persuade him. Lu Hantian and Zhuo Xiangding cautiously patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said, Zhuowen. Be careful. Big brother Hantian, grandfather. At this moment, I know that my life is very tough, and I won't die so easily. Zhuowen grinned. After saying that, Zhuowen walked out of the hall and arrived at the huge plaza in front of the hall. In front of the plaza, there was a stone tablet that was dozens of feet tall. On the stone tablet, there were 3 bold and powerful words, Azure Dragon Hall. Last time, the figure of the Azure Dragon Daoist had appeared in this plaza. Following the guidance of the Azure Dragon Daoist, he, Zhuowen, had entered the first layer of the world to undergo the trial. This time, he planned to enter the second layer of the world. Sure enough, the moment Zhuowen arrived at the plaza, the clouds and mist that lingered in the plaza began to churn violently. Then, they gathered into a stalwart figure in the air above the plaza. This stalwart figure was the image of a middle-aged man. He wore a loose robe and a feathered crown on his head. His eyes were like the moon and stars. Countless dragon shadows swept out from this stalwart figure and circled around him. It looked extremely shocking, and this person was the shadow of the Azure Dragon Daoist. You're here again. This time, are you preparing to enter the second layer of the world? The Azure Dragon Daoist said indifferently. Zhuowen nodded and said, Senior, please accept my fist. The second layer of the world is filled with dangers. Even low-level Emperor Realm experts have a high chance of dying. Even mid-level Emperor Realm experts have a high chance of dying. Only high-level Emperor Realm experts have a 100% chance of passing. Your cultivation is only at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. Although your battle strength is comparable to the third layer of the Emperor Realm, the chances of passing the second layer of the world are not high. Do you still want to try? The Azure Dragon Daoist glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, his gaze as deep as the sea. Try. Why wouldn't I try? Zhuowen said indifferently. The Azure Dragon Daoist revealed a smile and said, You're bold. Then I'll send you to the second layer of the world. As he spoke, the Azure Dragon Daoist waved his sleeve. A surge of milky white light burst out and enveloped Zhuowen. Zhuowen only felt a surge of spatial power acting on his body. Then, he felt his vision turn black and the scene in front of him changed. At this moment, Zhuowen was no longer in the square outside the Azure Dragon Hall. What appeared before him was a blue sky, thousands of miles of white clouds, and a feeling of constantly swaying. Zhuowen only then realized that he was lying on the deck of a ship. The feeling of swaying was transmitted from this ship. Zhuowen slowly stood up. Only then did he discover that the ship he was on was located in the middle of a lake. The lake where the ship was located was extremely large, and the surroundings of the lake were covered in dense, verdant forests. The ship was rather large. It had a total of 3 floors, and Zhuowen was lying on the top of the 3rd floor. The clanging sound of weapons clashing resounded, immediately attracting Zhuowen's attention. Then, Zhuowen's gaze focused, and discovered that on the 1st floor of the ship, there were actually many bloody corpses. The blood on the deck had gathered into a rather terrifying stream, looking extremely terrifying. On the deck, the only ones who were still alive were 3 people. These 3 people were 2 men and 1 woman. 1 woman and 1 man were struggling to block another man's attack. Obviously, this man and woman should be a couple. In front of the couple was a thin man wearing a ghost mask. The ghost mask on the man's face had the word X drawn on its forehead. Lying on the 3rd deck, Zhuowen looked at the battle below with interest. Because the man wearing the ghost mask had his back facing Zhuowen and was focused on dealing with a couple, he did not notice Zhuowen. Although the couple was facing Zhuowen, the 2 of them were already exhausted from running for their lives under the attacks of the man in the ghost mask. How could they have the energy to raise their heads and look in Zhuowen's direction? Therefore, this also led to the 3 people fighting not noticing Zhuowen at all when he was lying on the 3rd deck. They were still brazenly watching Zhuowen. Zhuowen could tell at a glance that the cultivation of the man in the ghost mask was around the advanced stage of the heavenly venerable realm. The cultivation of the couple was much weaker, around the early stage of the heavenly venerable realm. Logically speaking, 2 early-stage heavenly venerable realm warriors should not be in such a sorry state against a late-stage heavenly venerable realm warrior. However, the man in the ghost mask was not simple. He was very powerful. Although his cultivation was at the advanced stage of the heavenly venerable realm, his combat strength was probably comparable to that of an ordinary peak heavenly venerable realm warrior. Against this couple, the outcome would be a crushing defeat. The couple was in an extremely sorry state at the moment. Under the attacks of the man in the ghost mask, they were flustered and retreated in a panic. From time to time, more wounds would appear on their bodies, and fresh blood would gush out. Looking at their weakened auras and injuries, it would not be long before they died. 10th Ultimate, who sent you here? If I pay a higher reward than the person who sent you, will you let us live? The woman with her hair coiled up in a bun asked in a deep voice. The man wearing the ghost mask chuckled, and his unpleasant crow-like voice rang out, "My 10 Ultimates Palace has never betrayed our employer. Even if you pay a higher price than our employer, it's useless. Because as long as I kill you, everything on you will be mine. Moreover, I also heard that the 2 of you have a treasure map. With such a thing, do you still want to live?" The man in the ghost mask laughed and waved the large blade in his right hand. A tyrannical blade aura swept out. Then, the woman with her hair coiled up in a bun let out a muffled groan and retreated. Cherry red blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. As she stumbled, the woman managed to stabilize her body with great difficulty. Just as she was about to rejoin the battle, she coincidentally saw Zhuowen sitting on the 3rd deck. It was as if he was watching a show. He did not have any intention to help at all. After seeing Zhuowen on the 3rd deck, the woman couldn't help but be stunned. Zhuowen's face was very unfamiliar to her. She didn't seem to have such a person on this ship. She had no impression of him at all. Moreover, on the ship, her trusted subordinates had all been killed by the 10th Ultimate. How did this person appear here? Who are you? The woman subconsciously shouted. This voice immediately attracted the attention of the man wearing the ghost head mask. He swept his gaze around and also noticed Zhuo Wen, who was seated on the deck as though he was watching a good show. An extremely cold glint was emitted from his eyes. Bang! After forcing the couple back with a slash of his blade, the man in the ghost mask took a step forward and rushed towards Zhuo Wen. Under his attacks, the couple was already at the end of their rope. They could not escape even if they wanted to. The black-robed young man who had suddenly appeared on the third deck gave him a sense of threat. He had to finish him off and not let him reap the benefits. Seeing the decisive action of the man in the ghost mask, Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed dangerously. The cultivation of the man in the ghost mask was only at the advanced heavenly venerate level. Yet, he dared to provoke him. He was simply courting death. This young man is finished. Seeing the actions of the man in the ghost mask, the couple on the deck sighed softly. Zhuo Wen was too young. They naturally did not think that Zhuo Wen was stronger than the man in the ghost mask. Chapter 1176. The panicked world. The man with the ghost mask instantly appeared in front of Zhuo Wen. The large saber in his right hand was wrapped in a hurricane and slashed diagonally. The sharp blade emitted a cold light. The power of this slash was so great that it was enough to kill a warrior in the initial stage of the Heavenly Master realm. When the couple saw the slash of the man with the ghost mask, they were shocked. They knew that if they met this slash at this moment, they would definitely die without a burial place. Needless to say, the young man in front of them, who was only in his 20s, would soon become a ghost under the slash of the man with the ghost mask. Zhuo Wen stood quietly on the deck and stared indifferently at the incoming blade light. When the blade light was only a few inches away from him, Zhuo Wen gently raised his right hand. The power of Buddhism immediately spread over the surface of his right hand, making his right hand look like a golden stone, blooming with a dazzling golden light. Bang! Then, under the mocking gaze of the man with the ghost mask, Zhuo Wen slowly stretched out his right hand, intending to use his hand to resist the blade light of the man with the ghost mask. You're simply courting death. The man with the ghost mask smiled coldly. The blade light in his hand became sharper. When the blade light finally arrived in front of Zhuo Wen, he was stunned. Even the couple behind him were stunned because when the sharp blade light chopped on Zhuo Wen's right hand, it actually made a sound of metal clashing. It was as if the blade light chopped not a human hand, but an indestructible rock. The one courting death is not me, but you. At the moment when the man with the ghost mask was stunned, Zhuo Wen's indifferent voice slowly sounded. Then, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and pinched the neck of the man with the ghost mask. Like an iron hoop, he lifted the man with the ghost mask in his hand, making him completely unable to move. Who are you? The man with the ghost mask felt as if a fishbone was stuck in his throat. His face turned red, and he stared at Zhuo Wen in front of him and asked in a frightened voice. I'm just a nobody. Zhuo Wen said indifferently. With a twist of his right hand, a terrifying power surged out. The man with the ghost mask struggled for a while before the crisp sound of bones dislocating rang out. Then, the man's aura was completely annihilated by Zhuo Wen. After killing the man with the ghost mask, Zhuo Wen waved his right hand and threw the man out of the ship as if he was a piece of trash. The man fell on the lake, causing ripples. The 10th Arts World Slayers World Island, the couple on the deck stared blankly at the corpse of the man with the ghost mask, that man with the ghost mask that was casually thrown by Zhuo Wen. Both were dumbfounded. They could not understand how Zhuo Wen, at such a young age. How of Zhuo Wen was Zhuo Wen? In particular, the scene of Zhuo Wen blocking the saber light with his bare hands had truly shocked the two of them. In any case, Ming Zhu was a late-stage Empyrean martial artist. To be able to block the saber light with his bare hands and easily grasp the 10th ultimate in his hands, it was likely that even a peak Empyrean martial artist could not do so. Moreover, the couple also discovered that they could not see through the young man in front of them at all. Therefore, they could not help but have an extremely unbelievable thought. Could this person be a terrifying Emperor realm expert? The couple exchanged glances with each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Such an expert was a legendary figure to them. They did not know whether it was a blessing or a curse for them to be able to see one. After killing the man with the ghost mask, Zhuowen landed on the first level of the deck. He stared at the couple in front of him who had clearly become nervous. He did not say anything but waited for the couple to speak. He knew that when the man with the ghost mask was fighting with the couple, he had mentioned the words treasure map. Perhaps this so-called treasure map should contain clues and missions related to this second level of heaven and earth. After all, when he was in the first level of heaven and earth, Taoist Song Long had given him a mission notification. However, Zhuowen had been in the second level of heaven and earth for a while now, but he had not received any notification. Obviously, the difficulty of the second level of heaven and earth should be higher than that of the first level of heaven and earth. He would probably have to find the mission notification himself. Young master, thank you for your help this time. Zhuowen waited for a while. Only then did the couple carefully come before Zhuowen. The two of them bowed. Their attitudes were extremely respectful, and their eyes were filled with awe. After all, the young man in front of them might be an imperial realm cultivator. Such a person was not someone they could offend. It's nothing. Zhuowen waved his hand. After saying this, he continued to look at the couple with a faint smile, waiting for them to continue. Seeing Zhuowen's appearance, the husband and wife knew that Zhuowen wanted them to explain what had happened. After all, he had not saved them for nothing. How long has this young master been on the ship? The woman with the bun gritted her teeth and asked. He. It's been a while. Zhuowen replied indifferently. When they heard Zhuowen's words, the two of them knew that Zhuowen had likely heard about the treasure map from the 10th extremity. With a soft sigh, the two of them looked at each other. The lady with her hair tied up in a bun reached into her sleeves and took out a scroll. The surface of the scroll was the color of jade. The two ends of the scroll were also crystal clear jade. However, the surface was a little dim. Obviously, it was because of the passage of time. Looking at the scroll in the woman's hand, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up. He asked despite knowing the answer, You too? May I know what this scroll is? Beside the woman in a bun, a man with a slightly sallow complexion smiled awkwardly and said, To tell you the truth, this scroll is a treasure map. My wife and I picked it up by accident on the banks of a small river. Originally, the two of us did not care too much about this scroll. However, later on, we found out that this treasure map was actually the ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect, a powerful force that shook the world back then. However, later on, for some reason, this treasure map in our hands was found out by someone. We don't know who it was, but they actually contacted the 10 Extremes sect and spent a huge amount of money to send the 10th absolute realm of the 10 Extremes sect to take our lives. The woman with the bun nodded repeatedly and even said with some indignation, We also knew that with our strength, it was impossible for us to keep this treasure map. Therefore, when the 10th absolute realm came to find us, we were already prepared to hand the treasure map over to him. We only asked him to let us live. However, the 10th absolute realm was too ruthless. He said that this time, the employer not only wanted the treasure map on us, but also our lives. He was too much. Hearing the man's words, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He did not know about this so-called Supreme Demon Sect at all. He did not even know about the 10 Extremes sect. However, he still pretended to be unfathomable on the surface to prevent the couple from seeing any clues. Then the two of you mean? Zhuowen paused when he spoke up to hear. Mister, you were able to kill the 10th absolute realm in one move. It can be seen that your strength is not ordinary. Even in the entire Great Song Mansion, you are one of the best. This scroll is actually much safer with you than the two of us. Moreover, with our insignificant strength, even if we had the treasure map, I'm afraid that we would not dare to go to the Supreme Demon Sect ruins." The woman with the bun smiled bitterly. "Why?" Zhuowen asked in surprise. The woman with the bun did not doubt him and said seriously, "The Supreme Demon Sect is a powerful force in the entire Pang world. Back then, before the Supreme Demon Sect fell, it ruled almost 90% of the forces in the Pang world. In particular, the Lord of Supreme Demon, who founded the Supreme Demon Sect, was a supreme high-level emperor. He had supreme power and was the strongest person in the Pang world. He was also the only monster who had advanced to the high-level emperor realm in the Pang world for thousands of years. Since the Lord of Supreme Demon, no one else had stepped into the high-level emperor realm for thousands of years. However, after the Lord of Supreme Demon established the glory of the Supreme Demon Sect, he mysteriously disappeared. After that, there were some rising stars who succeeded as the Lord of Supreme Demon Sect. However, none of them could reach the level of the Lord of Supreme Demon Sect. After that, the Supreme Demon Sect became obstinate and self-opinionated and lost the hearts of the people in the Pang world. In the end, they were besieged by countless forces and were annihilated overnight. However, the Great Demon Sect was, after all, the overlord of the panicked Great World. As the saying goes, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Therefore, the last leader of the Great Demon Sect hid the inheritance, resources and countless cultivation methods of the Great Demon Sect in a secret place. Later on, for some unknown reason, a treasure map of the Great Demon Sect's ruins began to circulate. Originally, we did not believe it. However, after we obtained this treasure map, we knew that the Great Demon Sect's ruins might really exist. Zhuowen also fell into deep thought when he heard what the woman with the hair in a bun said. From the few words of the woman, Zhuowen could guess that the name of this second heaven was actually called the Pang Great World. The Great Sung Mansion that the man with a sallow face had mentioned should be a region in this Pang Great World. However, Zhuowen did not know anything about the Pang world. Therefore, he still needed a certain amount of time to understand this world. Moreover, he also knew that the flow of time in the second heaven was completely different from the outside world. A day in the outside world was actually a year in the second heaven. Zhuowen was not in a hurry now. Moreover, the first thing he had to do now should be how to obtain the mission given by the Zonglong Taoist. If there was no mission, Zhuowen did not know how to get out of the second heaven. He did not plan to stay here forever. The most important thing was that he valued the flow of time in the second heaven so that he could break through to the Emperor realm in a short period of time. Thinking of this, Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and grabbed the scroll that the woman with the bun handed over. His right hand gently touched it and played with it for a while. Suddenly, his eyes revealed a glimmer of light. This was because the moment his palm touched the scroll, a message was transmitted to his mind from the scroll. The Zonglong Taoist's voice also rang out. Chapter 1177. Incomplete map. Zhuowen listened to Taoist Master Zonglong's voice quietly as he pondered. Roughly 15 minutes later, Taoist Master Zonglong's voice came to an abrupt halt, while Zhuowen silently digested Taoist Master Zonglong's words. The second layer was called the Pang world. There were a total of 7 prefectures in the entire Pang world. The 7 prefectures were extremely vast, even several times larger than the Qing Xian Empire. Each of the 7 prefectures had a core, and the master of each of the 7 prefectures was the prefect. The prefect of each prefecture was extremely terrifying. Within the 7 prefectures, the forces were tangled and complicated. There were many sects and clans, but these forces were all below the prefectures. There were very few forces that could rival the prefectures. Of course, the Extreme Demon Sect back then was an exception. The Extreme Demon Lord had forcefully reached the advanced Emperor realm with his own talent, becoming the strongest person in the Pang world. He possessed the strength to look down on the prefectures of the 7 prefectures. Even the prefectures of the 7 prefectures had no choice but to lower their heads to the extreme demon lord. That was why the extreme demon sect was so glorious back then. Find the ruins of the extreme demon sect, learn the truth about the decline of the extreme demon sect, and learn the whereabouts of the extreme demon lord. When Taoist Master Tsang Long's voice gradually faded, the last sentence rang out in Zhuowen's mind again. Zhuowen knew that the last sentence should be the mission that Taoist Master Tsang Long had given him. The extreme demon sect and the extreme demon lord. Zhuowen frowned slightly. This mission was not simple. The extreme demon lord was an advanced emperor. If he wanted to crush him, Zhuowen only needed to move a finger. However, he did not know why such a peerless expert had suddenly disappeared without a trace. There had to be a hidden story behind this. Looking at the scroll in his hand, Zhuowen knew that he had to accept this mission even if he did not want to. If he did not complete this mission, he could forget about leaving the Pang world. Moreover, once he completed the mission, the rewards would be extremely generous. He could even unlock more functions and places of the Azure Dragon Hull. Compared to the risks, the rewards this time would definitely be many times better than the first layer. Zhuowen didn't directly open the scroll to look at the map inside. Instead, he smiled at the slightly nervous couple in front of him and said, "The two of you. It just so happens that I'm also planning to go to the Tsang Prefecture. I wonder if the two of you can bring me along." Originally, when the couple saw Zhuowen deep in thought, their hearts were filled with apprehension. They thought that Zhuowen would kill them to silence them after obtaining the treasure map. The two of them revealed nervousness in their eyes and were secretly on guard. However, at this moment, when Zhuowen spoke so courteously, it caused the originally nervous two people to secretly heave a sigh of relief. Among them, the sallow-faced man revealed a rare smile and said, "Since young master is going the same way as us, we naturally don't mind bringing young master to the great Tsang mansion." Zhuowen nodded and asked casually, "Who is the man with the ghost mask? Who sent him to kill you?" "Young master, don't you know about the 10 Extreme sect?" The woman with the hair in a bun asked somewhat strangely. Zhuowen's expression didn't change. He smiled and said, "I'm just a carefree person. Previously, I was hidden in the mountains by my master to practice. Now, I've come out to practice, so I know very little about the outside world." Hearing this, the couple revealed a relieved expression. They didn't doubt Zhuowen's words very much. The panic world was very big. Hidden in the mountains, there were actually many warriors who didn't care about the outside world. Usually, there would occasionally be some young geniuses in the panic world. Most of these young geniuses were unfamiliar faces and were also born in the mountains. However, Zhuowen's strength was really terrifying. After all, the 10th Extremes was an expert in the late stage of Heavenly Master. He couldn't even withstand one move from Zhuowen. They really didn't know what kind of existence the master behind this boy was to be able to teach such a terrifying disciple. The 10 Extreme sect is actually a sect force in the panic world. However, the 10 Extreme sect is very different from other sections. That is, the 10 Extreme sect is very mysterious. No one knows where its headquarters are. Moreover, there are branches of the 10 Extreme sect in the 7 prefectures. Usually, they will accept some assassination missions entrusted by some warriors. The assassins of the 10 Extreme sect have all been professionally trained. They are all very strong, and many of them are even able to defeat those who are stronger than them. They can kill those who are stronger than them with lower cultivation. This kind of sect specializes in doing shameful things for cultivators, and their success rate is very high. Speaking of this, the couple revealed a slightly ugly expression. This time, if Zhuowen hadn't appeared, they would have been killed by the 10th Extremes. The 10 Extremes sect has 10 experts, from the 1st Extremes to the 10th Extremes. The one who was killed by you just now was the 10th Extremes. His cultivation was around the late stage of Heavenly Master. The woman with the hair in a bun said to Zhuowen gratefully. Oh. The late stage of Heavenly Master was only ranked 10th. Then, the strength of the first 9 is much stronger than the 10th extremes? Zhuowen didn't frown slightly. Instead, he was a little surprised by the strength of the 10 extremes sect. According to this trend, the 10 extremes sect was likely to have more than one Emperor Realm expert. You are right. The 10 extremes sect is divided according to strength. The higher the ranking, the stronger the strength. It is said that the first extreme sect's strength is truly terrifying. It seems that his cultivation has already broken through to the middle stage of Emperor Realm. This is also the fundamental reason why the 7 prefectures didn't touch the 10 extremes sect despite the 10 extremes sect being so rampant in the 7 prefectures, the woman with the hair in a bun said softly. Hearing this, Zhuowen also nodded. According to the woman with the hair in a bun, the strength of the 7 prefectures in the panic world should be at the middle stage of Emperor Realm. If Emperor Realm warriors of this level collided, the power that could erupt would be extremely terrifying. In the end, it was likely that both sides would suffer. In addition, the activities of the 10 extremes sect did not cause any losses to the 7 prefectures. Therefore, the 7 prefectures turned a blind eye to the 10 extremes sect. The ship slowly sailed on the lake. In the process, Zhuowen learned a lot about the panic world from the couple with the hair in a bun. He also learned the names of the couple. The woman with the hair in a bun was called Zhang Shui, and the man with a slightly sallow complexion was called Ji Fang. The two of them were senior brother and sister, and their master was from the Greater One sect. The Greater One sect was a force second only to the Great Song Prefecture. It was also the second largest force in the Great Song Prefecture. The master of the Greater One sect and the master of the Great Song Prefecture were also old friends. This time, they were going to the Great Song Prefecture to visit the daughter of the master, Song Dai. Song Dai was once a disciple of the Greater One sect, but she was sent by her father to the Greater One sect to gain experience. She had only stayed in the Greater One sect for a year. However, when she was in the Greater One sect, the relationship between Song Dai and Zhang Shui was very good. Although Zhang Shui was much older than Song Dai, Zhang Shui often took care of Song Dai, causing the latter to treat her like a sister. It had been more than a year since Song Dai left the Greater One sect. Zhang Shui also missed Song Dai very much, so this time, she hired a ship to go to the core city of the Great Song Prefecture with her husband, Ji Fang. They also knew that the treasure map on them was a little hot, so they planned to give it to the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Song Jie. However, the couple did not expect that the treasure map on them would be leaked out at some unknown time, and someone sent the 10th extremes to kill them with a large sum of money. You plan to give this scroll to the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Song Jie. Now that I have it, isn't it a little inappropriate? Zhuowen said with a smile, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. The Great Demon Sect's map was very important. Even if it was the master of the Great Song Prefecture, who was a mid-level emperor, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not have a trace of greed. If that was the case, then Zhuowen was afraid that he would be in danger. With his current strength, it was still a little difficult for him to resist a 4th-layer emperor, and the master of the Great Song Prefecture, Song Jie's strength might be above the 4th-layer emperor, and he might even reach the 5th or 6th-layer emperor. Therefore, Zhuowen was extremely afraid of this master of the great world. If he fought with Song Jie for the treasure map, it would undoubtedly end in failure. Zhang Shui and Ji Fang also realized that they had said something wrong. The two of them quickly corrected themselves. Young master, don't worry. We will never say that you have the treasure map. Zhuowen sneered. His eyes flickered, and he muttered, how about this? I won't kill you. Give me a map of the Great Song Prefecture, and then you can leave the ship. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hearing Zhuowen's words, the couple sighed in their hearts. They looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They knew that Zhuowen definitely did not trust them. However, this was pardonable. After all, they originally planned to give the treasure map to Cangjie. If the two of them revealed the secret, then Zhuowen would be in a very passive position. Young master. This is the most detailed map of the Great Song Prefecture. Take it. Zhang Shui handed over a slightly dim map to Zhuowen with both hands. Zhuowen waved his hand and kept the map into his spirit ring. After that, he said indifferently, "You can leave now." The couple nodded and cupped their hands towards Zhuowen. Soon after, they took a step and broke through the air, leaving the deck of the ship. At their level, the speed of flight was very fast. It was unknown how many times faster than the ship. The couple only wanted to enjoy this rare and comfortable time, so they specially hired a ship and slowly headed towards the Great Song Prefecture. After the couple left, Zhuowen flicked his finger and took out 2 scrolls. One of the scrolls was naturally the map of the Great Song Prefecture, and the other was the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins. After opening the 2 scrolls, Zhuowen casually glanced at them. With his current mental energy, it was easy for him to multitask. After a while, Zhuowen roughly looked through the contents of the 2 scrolls. The couple did not lie to him. The map of the Great Song Prefecture was indeed very detailed. With this map, Zhuowen would not get lost in the Great Song Prefecture. Chapter 1178. Great Song Province. Because the treasure map was not complete, it looked like it was only a fragment of the map. Moreover, Zhuowen faintly felt that this treasure map was incomplete. It's actually a fragment of the map. Zhuowen was a little helpless. If this treasure map was incomplete, it could be said to be of little help to him. With just this fragment of the map, it was impossible to identify the location of the Great Demon Sect ruins recorded in the treasure map. It seems that I can only take one step at a time. Zhuowen frowned slightly. He knew that it was impossible to find the ruins of the extreme demon sect by relying on this map fragment. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time in the panicked world, so Zhuowen was not in a hurry. Let's go to Great Song Province's Great Song City first. Keeping the scroll, Zhuowen took a step forward and broke through the sky. After flying in the sky for more than an hour, he saw a huge city in the distance. This city was built along the river, and the area was quite vast. Above the city gate, there were 3 large words, Great Song City, that were written in bold strokes. Landing on the shore, Zhuowen followed the flow of people into Great Song City. Inside, he casually found a restaurant. Zhuowen leisurely drank by himself, and at the same time, he listened to the chatter of the other warriors in the restaurant. I don't know why, but this time, Mansion Master Cangjie actually invited heroes from all over the world to gather in Great Song City. I wonder what kind of big event it is. You actually don't know? It is said that the Great Demon Sect ruins have appeared, and the Great Demon Sect's map was also obtained by the 7 Mansion Masters. In order to gather all the fragments of the map, the 7 Mansion Masters set up a hero assembly. Each of them sent out their own region's geniuses to fight. If any of the mansion's geniuses can obtain the final victory, then the other 6 Mansion Masters will follow the agreement and hand over the map fragments in their hands to the victorious Mansion Master. Hero Assembly. There is actually such a thing. However, if the Great Demon Sect ruins map is gathered, then the other 6 Mansion Masters who failed can't enter the Great Demon Sect ruins? That's not it. The other 6 Mansion Masters can also enter, but the map of the Supreme Devil Sect ruins is in the hands of the victorious Mansion Master, and the other 6 Mansion Masters will have a lot less slots to bring into the Supreme Devil Sect ruins. Within the wine shop, the sound of idle chatter rang out. Zhuowen quietly sat in the corner of the wine shop. Hearing the discussions around him, his eyes narrowed slightly. He did not expect that the 7 big mansions of the Panic Great World were actually planning to hold a hero assembly. Moreover, from the looks of it, the 7 big mansions all had incomplete maps in their hands. In other words, there were at least 8 complete maps of the great demon sect ruins, or even more. Zhuowen pulled over the waiter who was passing by and asked indifferently, "Waiter, I wonder when the heroes' assembly will be held?" Originally, the waiter who was suddenly pulled back was a little annoyed. However, after he felt the aura that was as vast as the ocean on Zhuowen's body, he didn't dare to throw a tantrum. Instead, he said rather politely, "My lord, we don't know the specifics of the hero assembly. Only after entering the Great Song Mansion and obtaining the approval of Mansion Master Cangjie will we know." Hearing those words, Zhuowen nodded his head and casually tossed a middle-rank spirit stone to the waiter. After the waiter happily left, Zhuowen revealed a contemplative expression. It seemed that he would have to enter the Great Song Mansion. After deliberating for a while, Zhuowen stood up and paid the bill. He then walked directly towards the Great Song Mansion. The Great Song Mansion was grand and had a complex structure. There were countless pavilions and towers inside. When he arrived at the red lacquer gate, the attitude of the 2 guards at the gate was not that bad. Instead, they took the initiative to ask, "Young master, are you planning to participate in the hero assembly under the invitation of Mansion Master Cangjie?" "I am indeed here because of the hero assembly." Zhuowen nodded. "Since that is the case, young master can enter the mansion. Our Great Song Mansion welcomes young talents like young master," the guard said politely. Zhuowen did not expect the guards of the Great Song Mansion to be so polite. However, this was related to him not being able to conceal his aura. Since Mansion Master Cangjie planned to invite all the geniuses in the Great Song Mansion to gather in Great Song City, he would naturally welcome those young talents who were not old but had a strong cultivation. Looking at Zhuowen's departing figure, the 2 guards whispered to each other. Their gazes were also filled with a hint of surprise. The aura on this young master's body is so strong. He seems to be around 22 years old, right? He is indeed very strong. He is stronger than most of the young warriors who came in before. He is even comparable to those veteran warriors. This child is not simple. After entering the mansion, a green-clothed manservant walked in front of Zhuowen. He nodded and bowed as he said, "Young master, are you here because of the hero assembly?" Zhuowen nodded. Seeing this, the smile on the green-clothed manservant's face became even wider. He gestured with his right hand and said with a smile, "Young master, please follow me. Everyone who comes from afar is a guest. I will first bring young master to the gathering place." As he spoke, the green-clothed manservant slowly led the way in front of Zhuowen. Zhuowen naturally did not have any objections. He leisurely followed behind the green-clothed manservant. At the same time, he sized up the scenery of the Great Song Mansion from the corner of his eyes. This Great Song Mansion was indeed imposing. Countless pavilions and towers appeared in the surroundings. Carved railings and jade walls, tall pavilions and platforms faintly revealed a trace of solemnity. After passing through a rather long corridor, the green-clothed manservant brought Zhuowen to a rather magnificent hall. At this moment, there were many seats in the hall. Moreover, they were arranged in a way that faced each other. There was a seat at the head of the hall. However, at this moment, this seat was empty and there was no one there. Below the head of the hall, rows of seats were basically filled. Because there were too many people, most of the warriors were basically standing behind the 2 rows of seats. It looked like a black mass. Fortunately, the hall was large enough, so it did not seem so crowded. Zhuowen glanced around. There were about 100 people in the hall. Moreover, their strength was above the realm of 4 sovereigns. Especially the 10 warriors sitting in the 2 rows, their auras were the strongest. Their cultivations were all above the realm of Empyrean. Zhuowen even felt that one of them had a particularly strong aura. His cultivation was the same as his, at the peak of the realm of Empyrean. This person was about 27 years old. He was dressed in a light purple robe. His face was resolute and his eyes were sharp. Just by sitting there, he was like a mountain rising from the ground. He was majestic and majestic. Moreover, Zhuo Wen had also discovered that most of the martial artists present were not more than 30 years old. It seemed that this hero assembly should also have a certain age restriction. After all, the older one was, the more time they would have to cultivate. Therefore, their cultivation would naturally be much stronger than those younger martial artists. If some old monsters who had cultivated for hundreds of years were randomly selected to participate in the hero assembly, then wouldn't those younger warriors be at a disadvantage? Many people in the hall looked at the purple-clothed man with eyes that contained a strong sense of fear and reverence. Even the Empyrean warriors in the other 9 seats had similar expressions. Peak of the realm of Empyrean. That was already a warrior who stood at the peak of the realm of 4 sovereigns. He was only 1 step away from the realm of Emperor. The sound of Zhuowen entering the hall was not very loud. Therefore, it did not attract the attention of most people. However, the purple-clothed youth at the peak of the realm of Empyrean could not help but glance at the door from the corner of his eyes. However, the moment he saw Zhuowen, the indifference in his eyes suddenly turned into doubt. This was because he was actually unable to sense the true cultivation aura of the young man who had just entered. In particular, this young man was several years younger than him. In front of a cultivator who was younger than him, he was actually unable to see through his true cultivation. This caused the purple-clothed man to be slightly surprised. However, he was only surprised. Soon, he regained his calm and muttered in a low voice, "Maybe he has cultivated a special concealment secret technique. However, these are all unorthodox methods and are not worth mentioning." As he spoke, his attention was no longer on Zhuowen. Instead, he silently waited for the arrival of Palace Master Cangjie. This time, his goal was to participate in the hero assembly and obtain a quota to enter the ancient ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect. He believed that with the Supreme Demon Sect's foundation, if he entered the ancient ruins of the Supreme Demon Sect and obtained a certain opportunity, then he might be able to advance to the Emperor realm. Zhuowen silently entered the crowd and did not attract anyone's attention. He also followed the crowd and waited for the appearance of Palace Master Cangjie. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, a group of people walked in from outside the hall. The person in the lead was extremely tall. He was actually more than 10 feet tall. As soon as he entered the hall, he gave everyone a strong sense of oppression. This person was about middle-aged. He carried a huge sword on his back and his eyes were extremely sharp. It was as if his eyes contained a sharp sword. There were 2 figures following behind this person. One of them was actually a young lady. This lady had high eyebrows and her eyes were like flowing water. There was a trace of sparkling light in her eyes. However, there was also a trace of mischievousness in them. The other was an old man in a wide robe. This old man's aura was very ordinary. However, if one had sharp eyes, they would definitely be able to see that this old man was not ordinary. Within the crowd, Zhuo Wen's gaze was fixed on the tall middle-aged man and the old man in a wide robe. His face was filled with caution, especially the middle-aged man. The aura that he emitted gave Zhuo Wen an extremely dangerous feeling. It was even more dangerous than the Azura Island's island lord, Azura. As for the old man in a wide robe, his aura was also powerful. However, there was still a large gap between him and the middle-aged man. He was about the 3rd Heaven Emperor realm. Palace Master Cangjie. When the middle-aged man and the other 2 arrived, all the warriors in the hall stood up and cupped their hands. Their eyes were filled with reverence. Even the purple-robed man at the peak of the Heavenly Master realm who was sitting at the front stood up and lowered his head slightly to show his respect. "Thank you, young talents, for coming to my great palace Master Cangjie." Chapter 1179. Yao Zhisheng, so strong. Zhuowen muttered in a low voice. Looking at Mansion Master Cangjie, his eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness. Mansion Master Cangjie's aura was very vigorous. He was definitely stronger than a 4th-layer emperor, or perhaps a 5th-layer emperor. Ha! I presume everyone knows about the hero assembly this time. Mansion Master Cangjie said quite frankly. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. They had traveled thousands of miles from Great Song Prefecture to Great Song City for this hero assembly. Now that Mansion Master Cangjie had mentioned the main point, they naturally paid close attention. I wonder if Mansion Master can tell us the details of this hero assembly. The purple-clothed youth, who had been sitting at the front, suddenly opened his mouth. Mansion Master Cangjie glanced at the purple-clothed youth, especially when he saw that the purple-clothed youth had the aura of a peak heavenly venerable. The smile on his face was slightly wider as he said, "You should be greater one sex Yaozhishan, right?" The purple-clothed youth bowed and said, "Mansion Master's eyes are indeed as sharp as pearls. To be able to recognize this junior is overwhelmed by your favor. It's actually Yaozhishan. No wonder his cultivation has reached the peak of heavenly venerable before the age of 30. This is the most talented disciple in the history of Greater One Sect. It is said that he is the direct disciple of Greater One Sect's master. I'm afraid he will inherit Greater One Sect's mantle in the future." After Mansion Master Cangjie announced Yao Zhisheng's name, it caused a lot of uproar in the hall. Obviously, Yao Zhisheng's reputation in Great Song Prefecture was very high. Ha! The rules of the hero assembly this time are actually very simple. It's a competition of the strength of the younger generation martial artists of the 7 great prefectures. Every prefecture will send out 5 representatives to carry out challenges. If the genius of any prefecture is able to persist until the end and not be eliminated, then that prefecture will become the final victor. Speaking of this, Cangjie smiled and said, "This time, my Great Song Prefecture already has 3 quotas. Now, I will choose 2 quotas to participate in this hero assembly." Hearing those words, the atmosphere of the hall immediately became heavy. Everyone looked at each other and their brows slightly furrowed. There were nearly 100 martial artists in the hall, but only 2 were able to participate in the hero assembly. It could be seen how high the elimination rate was. Cangjie didn't pay attention to the dissatisfaction in the eyes of other martial artists in the hall. This hero assembly was related to the complete map of the Great Demon Sect ruins. He couldn't allow any mistakes. If the selected martial artists weren't qualified, Cangjie naturally wouldn't give those 2 places. If no one has any objections, then follow me to the Great Song Mansion's martial arts practice field. We will conduct the selection battle there. After saying that, Cangjie smiled and looked around. His expression caused many people to complain secretly. However, they did not dare to refute Cangjie. After all, Cangjie was the mansion master of Great Song Prefecture and a mid-emperor realm expert. He was not someone they could defy. Although his words sounded like a negotiation, Cangjie's tone was unquestionable. "I'll leave everything to the Manor Lord." Yao Zhisheng nodded and said seriously. "Good. Everyone, please follow me." Cangjie laughed loudly. He waved his hand and led everyone out of the hall. The martial arts field of the Datsang Mansion was located in the northwest corner. There was a vast open space there, and there were 5 high platforms spread out in the open space. Around the high platforms, there were all kinds of weapons placed. At this moment, there were already many warriors sparring on the high platforms in the martial arts field. These were basically the martial artists of Great Song Mansion. When Cangjie led everyone into the martial arts practice field, many of the martial artists in the martial arts practice field retreated to the side. They bowed slightly and their faces were full of respect. The rules of this selection battle are very simple. This mansion master will stand in the central arena. You can choose from the surrounding 4 arenas. As long as you can defeat your opponent in the arena and remain standing until the end, then you will become the champion of this arena. After eliminating all your opponents, the cultivator who becomes the champion will advance to the second round of the selection battle. Remember, there are only 4 platforms in the martial arts practice field. That is to say, there are only 4 champions. As long as you defeat the champion of the platform, you will become the new champion. As long as you are strong enough and not eliminated by others, you will be qualified to advance to the second round. On the central platform, Cangjie stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He looked around at nearly 100 people and said loudly. In the crowd, Zhuowen looked pensive. The champion elimination system proposed by Cangjie was quite cruel. If you became the champion, you would have to accept the challenges of nearly 100 people. Only if you defeated all your challengers, you would be qualified to advance to the second round. If you failed, this qualification would be taken by the next champion. Let's start now. Cangjie waved his sleeves and said loudly. However, the atmosphere in the audience was a little dignified. Everyone was not stupid. They knew that the first champion would be challenged by the most people. Whoosh! Yao Zhisheng, who was dressed in a purple robe, stepped out and landed on one of the platforms. He looked down at the other warriors in the audience. Not long after Yao Zhisheng stepped onto the platform, 3 more figures occupied the other 3 platforms. They were all warriors at the late stage of the Celestial Master realm. Their auras were bulging and looked exceptionally terrifying. When they saw that the strength of the 4 arena masters was so terrifying, the many martial artists below the stage who were ready to make a move were all silent. Yao Zhisheng aside, the 3 late-stage heavenly venerables in the other 3 arenas were already enough to make them suffer. Looking at the warriors in the audience who did not move for a long time, Cangjie frowned and said loudly, if you don't take action, these 4 champions will directly advance to the second round in an hour. Sure enough, after Cangjie's words came out, the warriors who had been quiet became restless again. Immediately, 4 figures rushed out and went onto the 4 platforms. Since Cangjie said that the champions who were not challenged in an hour would automatically advance to the next round, they naturally could not give such a good opportunity to Yao Zhisheng and the other 3. They had to fight for it. The strength of these 4 warriors was very ordinary. They were directly blasted off the platform by the 4 champions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The moment the 4 cultivators were blasted off the stage, another 4 figures flashed onto the high platform. They used all of their skills to try and defeat the ring masters. Unfortunately, the second batch of people was not strong enough to shake the 4 ring masters. As time went by, more and more warriors were eliminated. The strength of the first 4 champions was really too strong. Most of the warriors in the audience were not the opponents of these 4 champions. Zhuowen silently stood where he was, quietly observing the progress of the arena matches. He knew that in this group of people, there were 10 Empyrean-level martial artists. Of these 10 Empyrean-level martial artists, 4 of them had already stepped up to become arena masters. Now, there were only 6 left. Zhuowen knew that as the crowd was gradually eliminated, these 6 Empyrean-level martial artists would definitely step up. Sure enough, when there were only a few warriors left in the audience, the remaining 6 warriors finally moved. 3 of them turned into 3 shadows and came to the 3 platforms except for Yao Zhisheng. Yao Zhisheng was an expert at the peak of the Celestial Master realm. Among this group of people, he was the strongest. Since there were only 4 champions, the remaining 6 Celestial Masters were not stupid enough to face such a difficult opponent like Yao Zhisheng. The 3 warriors who rushed onto the platform were weaker than the 3 champions. They were either middle-stage Celestial Masters or early-stage Celestial Masters. Although the battle between the 6 was extremely fierce, the 3 champions were late-stage Celestial Masters after all. Their cultivations were suppressed to a certain extent. Therefore, after fighting for dozens of rounds, the 3 champions eliminated the 3 challengers one after another. Now there are only 4 warriors left in the audience. Cangjie looked at the 4 champions with some appreciation. It was not easy to maintain a winning record from the beginning to the end. After all, they had experienced so many battles. Although the four champions' cultivations were not low, they had consumed a lot of energy. For them, this was still a loss. However, the majority of the surrounding people were paying attention to those remaining three Empyrean martial artists, while Zhuo Wen was directly ignored. Sanjie glanced slightly at the remaining four warriors. When his eyes fell on Zhuowen, his body trembled and his eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Interesting. This boy is much younger than Yao Zhisheng, but he has reached such a high cultivation. It seems that he is not simple. Sanjie murmured in a low voice and looked at Zhuowen meaningfully. Zhuowen naturally felt Sanjie's surprised gaze, but he did not feel strange. With Sanjie's cultivation, if he noticed him, he would definitely be able to see that he deliberately concealed his aura. Whoosh! 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 The remaining three warriors no longer hesitated. They all flew up and immediately broke out three violent original energy fluctuations. Because of Yao Zhisheng's deterrence, at this moment, no one challenged him. He stood in the arena and looked quite leisurely. He even looked at the battles in the other three arenas with interest. Among the remaining three warriors, two were middle-stage Celestial Masters, and the other was late-stage Celestial Master. The late-stage Celestial Master warrior was slightly older than Yao Zhisheng. He should be about 28 or 29 years old. He was dressed in black and held a black dagger. His attacks were always unexpected, forcing the champion, who was also at late-stage Celestial Master, to be flustered and panting. Bang! Bang! Two dull sounds of collision rang out, followed by two muffled groans. Immediately, the two middle-stage Celestial Masters flew out and crashed heavily on the ground. Obviously, they had also failed their challenge. Bang! The instant these two warriors were eliminated, another figure flew out and smashed into the ground not far from the two of them. The two of them focused their eyes and were stunned to discover that the person who had been sent flying was actually the arena master who had been challenged by the man in black. Chapter 1180. Screening. The eliminated arena master clutched his chest as he stared at the man in black on the stage with fear in his eyes. The strength of the man in black was very terrifying. Although he was also at the late heavenly venerable realm, he felt a lot of pressure from this person. He knew that even if he faced this person with his peak strength, he would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. Since then, Zhuo Wen was the only one left below the stage. Although many of the surrounding cultivators noticed that Zhuo Wen was concealing his aura, they didn't care too much about it. After all, Zhuo Wen looked too young, only around 22 years old. It was unlikely that his cultivation would be very high. After all, Yao Zhisheng was known as the strongest disciple of the Greater One sect, and he had also reached the peak of the heavenly venerable realm at the age of 27. This speed was already considered monstrous, so after seeing how young Zhuowen was, many people did not think that Zhuowen's cultivation would be very strong. Yao Zhisheng, who was standing on the stage, glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, and did not pay much attention to him. His thoughts were similar to the others. Dang dang dang. Zhuowen stepped forward, walking step by step towards the eastern arena. On the arena was another one of the four arena masters who had lasted until now. After fighting for more than an hour, even if this person was a late heavenly venerable realm martial artist, he could not take it anymore. However, when he saw Zhuowen walking over, he frowned and asked coldly, "You plan to challenge me?" "Yes." Zhuowen nodded, but his footsteps were not slow as he jumped onto the stage. "Reason?" the man said coldly. Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "Because you look the weakest. This reason should be more sufficient, right?" As soon as these words came out, the martial artist who was being challenged stiffened, and then burst into a monstrous rage. This young man, whose aura did not seem strong, dared to say such words in public. To him, this was undoubtedly a ruthless slap in the face. It seems that you are very confident, but soon, your confidence will become a joke. With a cold snort, the martial warriors stomped on the ground, causing the entire stage to shake violently. Then, the person shot out like an arrow from a bow, instantly appearing beside Zhuowen. His right fist suddenly blasted out, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the air. Zhuowen's long hair and sleeves fluttered in the wind. Immediately, Zhuowen twisted his right hand and pinched the warrior's fist. The power of Buddhism spread throughout Zhuowen's right hand. The martial artist only felt a sharp pain in his right hand. Then, to his horror, he discovered that his right hand was tightly gripped by Zhuowen, unable to move at all. Crack! With a twist of Zhuowen's hand, the cultivator immediately let out a miserable shriek. Zhuowen's right fist blasted out, smashing into the cultivator's chest. A muffled sound rang out, and the cultivator was cleanly sent flying. Boom! The martial warriors landed heavily on the ground. Soon after, he struggled a few times, but was unable to get up. Clearly, the injuries he suffered were quite serious. One move. Zhuowen only used one move to cleanly send the arena master off the stage. Almost everyone's eyes were gathered on the arena master, who was sent flying off the stage. After a long while, they finally believed what had happened in front of them. So powerful. An uproar swept out like a hurricane. Soon after, everyone's gazes shifted slightly and landed on Zhuowen, who was quietly standing on the stage. The nonchalant expression in everyone's eyes gradually disappeared. Defeating an advanced heavenly master with one move. Although the arena master's yuan power was exhausted after fighting for a long time, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to defeat the exhausted arena master. Oh! This lad is quite strong. Yao Zhisheng frowned slightly, looking at Zhuowen, who had ascended the stage to become the new arena master. It seemed that he had indeed underestimated this lad from the beginning. The other two arena masters also cast their gazes towards Zhuowen, revealing a trace of seriousness in their eyes. Although the arena master defeated by Zhuowen was not at his peak fighting strength, to be able to defeat him in one move, it was obvious that even if the latter had peak fighting strength, the probability of defeating Zhuowen was not high. This lad is still hiding his cultivation, really. On the central stage, Cangjie looked at Zhuowen, shook his head, and muttered to himself somewhat helplessly. However, Cangjie was more happy. Zhuowen was 4 or 5 years younger than Yao Zhisheng, but his cultivation was already similar to Yao Zhisheng. As long as one was not a fool, they would know that between the two, Zhuowen's talent was naturally much stronger. Moreover, it seemed that Zhuowen did not belong to any force, so Cangjie was somewhat tempted to recruit him into the great Tsang mansion. The 4 people in the first round have all been selected. Then, the 4 of you should rest for a while. After an hour, the second round of the competition will begin on the central stage. Remember, there are only 2 spots, so the 4 of you only have one chance. If you win, you will have a spot to participate in the hero assembly. Cangjie said indifferently. Yao Zhisheng and the other 3 nodded, and immediately sat cross-legged on the stage to meditate according to Cangjie's instructions. Many envious gazes were cast from below the stage. This hero assembly was related to the great demon sect ruins. If all the maps were gathered, then they would have the qualifications to enter the great demon sect with Cangjie. At this moment, there were 4 figures standing quietly below the stage. The leader of these 4 figures was a young girl. This girl's face was quite delicate and cute. Behind the girl, there was an old man with a huge aura standing silently. These 2 people were the 2 people who had entered the hall with Cangjie. Many people around looked at these 2 people with a trace of awe. There was no other reason. The young girl was Cangjie's daughter, Tsang Dai, and the old man behind Tsang Dai was the general manager of the Great Tsang Mansion. He had a pivotal position in the Great Tsang Mansion. On the other side of Tsang Dai, there was a couple in their 30s standing silently. At this moment, the couple was staring at the stage where Zhuowen was at with a strange expression. The woman with the bun couldn't help but exclaim in a low voice, "It's him." If Zhuowen paid attention to this, he would be able to recognize this couple. Weren't they the couple, Zhang Shui and Ji Fang, who were assassinated by the 10th extremity? Tsang Dai also noticed the strange expression on the couple's faces. She frowned slightly and said softly, senior sister's husband, what's wrong?" Zhang Shui and Ji Fang looked at each other. Soon after, Zhang Shui gritted her teeth and said, "Junior sister Tsang Dai. You also know that we were assassinated by the 10th extremity of the 10 extremities sect when we were on our way to the Great Tsang Mansion, right?" Tsang Jie nodded. Her watery eyes stared straight at the couple as she said, "I know. Senior sister, didn't you say that the 10th ultimate was killed by an unfamiliar young man and that he even saved your lives?" Zhang Shui nodded. Soon after, she pointed at Zhuowen's back and said softly, "The young man who saved us last time is that person." "What?" Tsang Dai was stunned. Soon after, her beautiful eyes fell on Zhuowen. Although the 10th extremity's cultivation was at the advanced stage of the heavenly venerate realm, its fighting strength was at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. Although Zhuowen's performance was quite amazing, he should still be far from the 10th extremity, which could kill a peak heavenly venerate realm cultivator. However, Zhang Shui said that the person who killed the 10th extremity was Zhuowen, who was only 22 years old. This made Tsang Dai look at Zhuowen in a different light. This was because Zhang Shui had guessed that this young man might be an Emperor realm expert. This young man's cultivation has not reached the Emperor realm. However, he has reached the peak of the heavenly venerate realm, the old man standing beside Tsang Dai said indifferently. So he is at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. However, this young man is only 22 years old. To be able to reach Yao Zhisheng's level at such a young age, his master must be extraordinary, Tsang Dai said with a frown. Ji Fang, who was standing beside Zhang Shui, suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Junior Tsang Dai, actually, one of the incomplete maps of the Great Demon Sect ruins is with this young man." However, before Ji Fang could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Zhang Shui. He did not continue his sentence. "Shui. Why are you stopping me?" Ji Fang asked with a frown. "Husband, we promised him that we would not tell anyone about this. If you do this." Zhang Shui frowned and said with a slightly displeased tone. "Humph. That young man helped us because of the incomplete maps on us. I don't think he is a good person at all," Ji Fang said indignantly. Seeing that the couple was arguing, Tsang Dai waved her hand and stopped the argument. She said, "Senior brother-in-law, you said that you have the incomplete maps of the Great Demon Sect ruins on you?" Ji Fang nodded and said, "Yes. Originally, we planned to give the incomplete maps to Tsang Dai Palace Master. However, we encountered the 10th extremity. That young man came out halfway. Although he killed the 10th extremity, he also took the incomplete maps on us. He has one of the incomplete maps on him." Tsang Dai squinted her beautiful eyes and stared at Zhuowen's back. No one knew what she was thinking. "Miss, do you want me to tell Tsang Dai Palace Master to take the incomplete maps from this young man?" The old man whispered to Tsang Dai. Tsang Dai shook her head and said, "There is no need to rush. This young man is very talented and was able to kill the 10th extremity. It seems that he does not belong to any sect. We can actually recruit him into the Great Tsang Mansion. At that time, we can exchange for the incomplete maps from him. For now, let's watch the second round of battles." Hearing Tsang Dai's words, the old man nodded and did not have any objections. After an hour, the 4 arena masters on the 4 arenas opened their eyes and slowly stood up. Tsang Dai, who was in the middle of the arena, waved his sleeve and immediately took out 4 light sticks. He said with a smile, "The 4 of you will draw a light stick. When the light sticks match, your opponent will be chosen." After Tsangdai Palace Master's words, Zhuowen, Yao Zhisheng and the other two did not have any objections. They extended their right hands and drew their light sticks. Chapter 1181. Shadow of 1,000 Bats. When the man in black saw that his opponent was Zhuowen, he frowned slightly. However, his eyes were filled with fighting spirit and there was no fear at all. Let the second round begin. As soon as Mansion Master Tsangjia's voice fell, Zhuowen and the man in black jumped onto the stage. Yao Zhisheng and another late-stage heavenly venerable warrior jumped onto the other stage. Yao Zhisheng's opponent's aura was obviously much weaker than Yao Zhisheng's. After all, Yao Zhisheng was a peak heavenly venerable warrior. Even if he had peak fighting strength, he was only a late-stage heavenly venerable. No matter what, he was not likely to be Yao Zhisheng's opponent in this battle. Boom! The instant they leapt onto the stage, the battle between the two began. Frightening yuan power was just like ripples in water as it spread out in all directions. Colorful yuan power energy overflowed in all directions, appearing rather dazzling. The crowd below the stage all revealed expectant gazes as they looked at the scene on the two stages. They really wanted to know who would obtain the quota for the hero assembly. Of course, most people did not pay much attention to Yao Zhisheng's battle because they knew that Yao Zhisheng's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly venerable realm. He would absolutely crush a late-stage heavenly venerable warrior. On the contrary, the battle between the man in black and Zhuowen attracted most of the attention. In the audience's opinion, the two of them should be evenly matched. Generally, this kind of battle was quite exciting. Therefore, the spectators who like to watch a good show naturally liked this kind of battle. Have you cultivated a secret technique to conceal your cultivation? The man in black stared at Zhuowen and his eyes narrowed into a dangerous arc. Zhuowen shrugged and did not answer. Instead, he said indifferently, "Tell me your name." The man in black snorted and said, "My name is Jiang Jie." "It's your turn." "Zhuowen." Zhuowen said concisely. However, the moment Zhuowen's voice fell, Jiang Jie moved. His speed was extremely fast and he turned into a black lightning in front of Zhuowen. In half a breath, he had unknowingly arrived behind Zhuowen. Whoosh! A black dagger flew out from Jiang Jie's sleeve, aiming at Zhuowen's vitals. Everything seemed so natural and smooth. Quite a number of people below the stage cried out softly when they saw Jiang Jie's smooth movements. Jiang Jie's unexpected attack was really too perfect. If they were in Zhuowen's current situation, they would discover that they would not be able to dodge this attack at all. Zhuowen quietly stood at the same spot. He could feel the strong wind coming from behind him. With a cold snort, he stepped on the ground and his entire body was like a windmill, standing upside down in the air. Jiang Jie's dagger that was about to sneak an attack from behind missed. Not good. Jiang Jie's pupils shrank when his attack missed. He planned to retreat immediately, but Zhuowen naturally would not let him succeed. Trying to escape? It's not that easy. An indifferent voice sounded. Then, Zhuowen descended from the sky. His right palm turned into a fist and he suddenly punched out. A blazing golden light overflowed in all directions like a blazing sun. The whistling wind from the fist made Jiang Jie's pupils shrink to the size of needles. With a low shout, the black dagger in his right hand tilted and the blade of the dagger slashed towards Zhuowen. Bang! Facing Jiang Jie's dagger, Zhuowen did not dodge at all. He clenched his right fist tightly and directly punched forward. Then, a mountain-like force exploded. Jiang Jie's right hand suddenly bent and the crisp sound of bones breaking resounded. Ah! Jiang Jie let out a blood-curdling scream and hurriedly retreated dozens of steps. His left hand was clutching his right hand, which was obviously bent at an irregular angle. His eyes were fixed on Zhuowen, who was in front of him. His heart had already sunk to the bottom. Zhuo Wen's physical body was so terrifying. The power of that punch seemed to have the power of 1,000 caddies, directly crushing him. This scene was seen by countless people below the stage. Especially when they saw that Jiang Jie's right hand had been fractured by Zhuo Wen's attack, everyone began to discuss spiritedly and whisper. Originally, they thought that this would be an evenly matched battle, but now, it seemed that it had completely exceeded their expectations. So strong. How can this young man named Zhuowen be so terrifying? Jiang Jie is an advanced heavenly master warrior, but his right arm was broken by him in one move. It seems that we have underestimated the strength of this young man. I'm afraid that he already has the strength to compete with Yao Zhisheng. Discussions slowly rang out. In the arena, Jiang Jie's face was as pale as snow. He stared at Zhuowen and slowly retreated. Do you still want to fight? Zhuowen slowly walked over, his eyes full of indifference. Jiang Jie frowned slightly, his eyes flashing as if he had made up his mind. He snorted coldly and said, I didn't expect your physical strength to be so terrifying, but I don't believe that you can be faster than me. Shadow of 1,000 bats. As he spoke, Jiang Jie stomped his foot. Suddenly, countless bat shadows surrounded his body. Then, his speed reached the extreme and he disappeared in an instant before Zhuowen's eyes. So fast. The moment Jiang Jie transformed into the shadow of 1,000 bats, the people below the arena only saw a blur in front of their eyes. They couldn't see Jiang Jie's shadow at all. The only thing they could recognize was the countless bat shadows that were constantly flashing in the arena. Zhuo Wen stood quietly in the middle of the ring, looking at the countless bat shadows around him. He frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He took a step forward, and his right hand made a grabbing motion in the air. However, he only managed to grab empty air. He had only grabbed the bat shadows. Ha! The speed of the shadow of 1,000 bats is not something that you can compare with. What's the use of your physical strength? It's useless if you can't hit me. Jiang Jie's slightly arrogant voice came from the countless bat shadows. It was like an echo that filled the entire arena. Bang! At this moment, the battle on Yao Zhisheng's side was completely over. Yao Zhisheng slowly turned around and stared at the arena where Zhuowen and Jiang Jie were. He crossed his arms and watched with interest. He naturally noticed that Zhuowen had broken Jiang Jie's right hand with one move. He also paid attention to this Zhuowen. Although he still couldn't see through Zhuowen's depth, he guessed that this boy's cultivation was about the same as his. It was very likely that he was also at the peak of the Heavenly Master realm. He's only 22 years old and his cultivation has reached the peak of the Heavenly Master realm. Yao Zhisheng muttered in a low voice. He felt a little uncomfortable and looked at Zhuowen with an unfriendly gaze. He was the most outstanding disciple in the history of the Greater One sect and was considered a top genius in the entire Great Song Mansion. The only people who could surpass him in talent were the geniuses of the Great Song Mansion. The geniuses of other forces simply couldn't compare with him. Now, a young man who was 4 or 5 years younger than him had suddenly appeared and his cultivation was not weaker than him. This situation made the proud and arrogant Yao Zhisheng faintly unhappy. This Jiang Jie's shadow of 1,000 bats movement technique has some skill. It shouldn't be easy for this Zhuowen to break through. Master Cangjie also stared at the arena where Zhuowen and Jiang Jie were and muttered in a low voice. When Jiang Jie and Zhuowen were fighting, he already knew that the victory of this battle was leaning towards Zhuowen. Therefore, when Zhuowen broke Jiang Jie's arm in one move, he wasn't surprised at all. Whoosh! Amidst the countless bat shadows, a cold beam of light suddenly shot out and headed straight for Zhuowen's back. This cold beam of light was extremely fast, so fast that many of the cultivators below the stage could not react in time. However, just as the cold light was about to land on Zhuowen's back, Zhuowen twisted his waist and his right hand shot out like a poisonous snake. He immediately grabbed an arm and exerted force. Another bone-cracking sound rang out. The moment the bone-cracking sound rang out, it was accompanied by a miserable scream. "Get down here!" Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded. Then, a figure was suddenly pulled out from the shadow of 1,000 bats by Zhuowen. This figure was naturally Jiang Jie, who was hidden in the countless bat shadows. At this moment, Jiang Jie could be said to be miserable. Both of his arms were almost broken by Zhuowen's brute force and were hanging down powerlessly. He looked quite miserable. Bang! Zhuowen casually swung his right hand and threw Jiang Jie to the ground. He said indifferently, "Do you still want to fight?" Jiang Jie's body trembled. He stomped his feet and jumped down from the arena directly. Then, he left the Tsang mansion directly. With both of his arms broken, he was too ashamed to stay there. Looking at Jiang Jie, who left without hesitation, Zhuowen revealed an indifferent smile. Then, he lifted his eyes and looked at Cangjie. He said, "Mansion Master Cangjie, this battle should be considered as my victory, right?" Mansion Master Cangjie revealed a smile and said, "Of course." Then, Cangjie said to the crowd in a clear voice, "This time, the two participants have been selected. They are Yao Zhisheng and Zhuowen. I believe no one has any objections, right?" As soon as these words came out, there was silence. No one raised any objections. After all, the strength of Yao Zhisheng and Zhuowen was obvious to everyone. There was indeed no reason to object. Looking at the silent crowd, Cangjie smiled faintly. Then, he said to Zhuowen and Yao Zhisheng with a smile, "The two of you, come with me. It's time to familiarize you with the other three." Yao Zhisheng and Zhuowen looked at each other, speechless. They silently followed behind Cangjie. As the strongest disciple of Greater One sect, Yao Zhisheng had his own pride. Naturally, he would not take the initiative to greet Zhuowen. On the other hand, Zhuowen did not put Yao Zhisheng in his eyes. After all, a peak heavenly master was nothing in his eyes. Therefore, the atmosphere between the two was rather strange. When Cangjie took Yao Zhisheng and Zhuowen away, the crowd in the martial arts practice field began to discuss spiritedly. Many people looked at the backs of Yao Zhisheng and Zhuowen with envy. On the other side of the martial arts practice field, Cangjie and the other three people were discussing something. "Miss. Since one of the incomplete maps of Greater Demon Sect ruins is with Zhuowen, should we ask that boy for it?" The old man suddenly asked Cangjie. Chapter 1182. "Silence, miss, you mean?" The old man's eyes lit up as he spoke with excitement. He already somewhat understood the meaning behind Song Dai's words. Originally, every manor head of the 7 major prefectures had a piece of the map. Regardless of whether their great Song prefecture won or lost in the hero competition, having another piece of the map would definitely be beneficial to them. If their great Song manor won, then not only would they be able to obtain the map fragments from the other 6 mansion masters, when the 8 map fragments were combined, it would be the complete map of the ancient ruins of the Great Demon Sect. Even if they lost, they, who had another map fragment, would have an additional bargaining chip. With Zhuowen's formidable talent, he would still be of great use to their great Song manor. Therefore, there was no need to ruin their relationship with him because of the map fragment. Miss is indeed wise and mighty. After the old man thought it through, he bowed in admiration. The corner of Song Dai's mouth curled up as she lightly smiled and said, "Don't tell father about this first. Let's talk about it after the hero assembly. Otherwise, it's hard to guarantee that Zhuowen won't see through it." As she spoke, Song Dai looked at Zhang Shui and Ji Fang and said, senior sister's husband, I'll have to trouble the two of you to leave Great Song City first. After the hero assembly, I'll entertain the two of you again. It's fine. We originally planned to give the map fragment to the mansion master, but many things happened along the way. That's why we ended up in our current situation. Now that we've revealed the location of the map fragment, we'll be able to help junior sister Tsang Dai. The two of us are quite satisfied. Ji Fang repeatedly waved his hand. His gaze towards Tsang Dai was faintly fiery. However, this fiery gaze was very faint. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be difficult to notice. Zhang Shui, who was standing beside Ji Fang, frowned slightly. However, since Ji Fang had already revealed this matter, there was no point for her to say anything more. After exchanging greetings for a while, Ji Fang and Zhang Shui bid farewell and left the Great Tsang Manor. After walking out of Great Tsang City, Zhang Shui was slightly displeased and said, "Husband. At the very least, Zhuo Wen saved our lives back then. Moreover, we promised that we would not tell anyone about this matter. Aren't you going back on your word now?" Ji Fang was slightly displeased, and he said, "Shui, that Zhuo Wen isn't a good person. Otherwise, how could he have suddenly appeared on our ship? It's obvious that he's here for the map fragment. I'm afraid that he's been hiding on our ship for a long time, waiting for an opportunity. The appearance of the 10th ultimate has created an opportunity for him." Hearing Ji Fang's words, Zhang Shui also felt that it made sense. The way Zhuo Wen appeared was too strange. They didn't even notice where Zhuo Wen came from before. It was as if he appeared out of thin air. "Husband. Maybe you are right." Zhang Shui nodded. Although she still had some doubts in her heart, she still chose to believe Ji Fang. Puchi. Puchi. Not long after Ji Fang and Zhang Shui walked out of Grand Tsang City, a black shadow suddenly swept past them. Then, two cold lights swept past their necks, bringing along two streams of blood. When the two of them came to their senses, their eyes widened as they stared at the black shadow in front of them. Their throats contracted, but they couldn't utter a single word. This was because the two cold lights had directly cut off their vocal cords. When the black shadow slowly turned around, Zhang Shui and Ji Fang's pupils shrank at the same time. Their right hand pointed at the figure in front of them, and their eyes were filled with disbelief and doubt. "Don't be surprised. Because the young lady said that the dead are always better at keeping secrets than the living. Therefore, the two of you should leave first." After saying this, the person shook his sleeves and two Yuan Qi forces swept out. Instantly, they pierced through Zhang Shui and Ji Fang's foreheads. The two of them slowly fell to the ground with unwilling expressions. After dealing with Zhang Shui and Ji Fang's corpses, the figure slowly turned around, revealing a slightly weathered face. This person was the old man beside Tsang Jie. This old man's cultivation was at the 3rd level Emperor realm. It was naturally easy for him to kill Ji Fang and Zhang Shui, two early heavenly venerables. In the depths of the Great Tsang Mansion, Tsang Jie led Zhuo Wen and Yao Zhisheng to a rather large courtyard. In the center of the courtyard, there was a towering ancient tree. Its lush branches and leaves almost covered an area of nearly 100 feet. Under the towering ancient tree, two figures stood quietly. When the two figures saw Tsang Jie and the other two enter, they bowed slightly and said, "Mansion Master." Zhuo Wen, who was standing behind Tsang Jie, silently sized up the two figures under the towering ancient tree. He was surprised to find that the two people's cultivation was at the peak of the heavenly venerables. Moreover, their aura was above Yao Zhisheng's. Obviously, if they were to erupt with battle strength, they would be above Yao Zhisheng. Moreover, these two people were not very old, they were even younger than Yao Zhisheng by 1 or 2 years. Yao Zhisheng also noticed these two people, and his face was slightly ugly. Although he knew that the geniuses of the Great Tsang Mansion were definitely much stronger than their Greater One sect, but these two people that appeared were stronger than him, the strongest disciple of the Greater One sect. This still made his arrogant heart somewhat heavy. These two people are Tsang Yong and Tsang Fei. Although they are not the direct descendants of the Great Tsang Mansion, their talents are far superior to the other direct descendants. They are 2 of the 5 places this time. Tsang Jie said with a smile. Zhuowen and Yao Zhisheng knew that Cangjie was talking to them. Cang Yong and Cang Fei faintly nodded to Zhuowen and Yao Zhisheng. The two of them stayed on Zhuowen for a while because they found that although Zhuowen was younger than them, his aura was also at the peak of the heavenly venerables. His talent was somewhat extraordinary. However, the two of them were only surprised for a moment and did not pursue this too much. Although Zhuowen's talent was not bad, there was still a big gap between him and the one in the great Cang mansion. "Where is Cang Yang?" Cangjie suddenly asked. "Prince Cang Yang is in closed-door training. He should not be able to come over now." The slightly taller Cang Yong spread out his hands and said somewhat helplessly. Cangjie nodded and said, "Since Cang Yang is in closed-door training, then there is no need to call him. It will be the four of you. When the time comes, I will personally explain the details of the hero assembly to Cang Yang." Hearing Cangjie's words, Zhuowen and Yao Zhisheng both raised their spirits. They wanted to see what the rules of this so-called hero assembly were like. The location of the hero assembly is Great Cang City. When the time comes, I will set up an arena in the sky in Great Cang City. The rules of the hero assembly are actually very simple. It is a battle royale. The first round is divided into 5 battles. Each mansion will send a genius. Only one person can successfully stay in the battle royale of 7 people. As for whether you can stay in the battle royale, it will all depend on your ability. After Cangjie finished speaking, Zhuowen and the other 3 revealed a touch of deep thought. It seemed that this hero assembly was not simple. It actually adopted the rules of a battle royale. After all, among the 7 big mansions, there would always be good relationships and bad relationships. When the time comes, the geniuses of the mansions with good relationships would definitely unite and eliminate the geniuses of the other mansions. Therefore, this rule was quite cruel. The hero assembly will be held in 5 days. You two will first rest in Great Cang Mansion for 5 days. After 5 days, prepare for the hero assembly. Cangjie turned around and said to Zhuowen and Yao Zhisheng. Zhuowen and Yao Zhisheng naturally did not have any objections. After Cangjie talked about some more important matters, Cangjie ordered Cang Fei and Cang Yong to take Zhuowen and Yao Zhisheng to the place where they would stay. Yao Zhisheng is a great disciple of the Greater One sect. Cang Yong and I know about this. But Zhuowen, which sect are you from? We have never heard of such a young talent like you in Great Cang Mansion. When Cang Fei was leading the way, he would occasionally chat with Zhuowen and Yao Zhisheng. At this moment, he asked. Zhuowen smiled indifferently and casually said, "I just came from a secluded place. My master is Taoist Cang Long. It's just that my master rarely walks around the outside world, so it's normal that you don't know about him." Taoist Cang Long. Cang Fei and Cang Yong looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. Obviously, they had never heard of this so-called Cang Long Taoist. However, since Zhuowen had already said that he came from a place of seclusion, it would not be good for them to ask too much. He's just a rogue cultivator without any sect. I really don't know what kind of luck he has to reach the peak of the Heavenly Master realm. I can only say that your luck is really good. Yao Zhisheng suddenly said indifferently. For a moment, the atmosphere between the 4 people became a little stagnant. Cang Yong and Cang Fei looked at each other and also found that Yao Zhisheng seemed to have some opinions about Zhuowen. But after all, this was not their business, so the two of them did not intervene too much in this matter and just kept silent. Zhuowen faintly glanced at Yao Zhisheng and said, "That's right. I was indeed lucky to be able to cultivate to the peak of the Heavenly Master realm. However, some people are much older than me. No matter how bad their luck is, their cultivation should be higher than mine. Now it seems that may not be the case." Hearing Zhuowen's obviously sarcastic words, Yao Zhisheng's eyes turned cold. He stopped in his tracks and coldly stared at Zhuowen. He said, "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Zhuowen faintly smiled, but his smile also had a touch of coldness. Although he did not care much about Yao Zhisheng, if the other party was to provoke him, Zhuowen would not remain silent. Seeing that the atmosphere between the two was a little strange, Zhang Yong and Zhang Fei quickly stood in between Zhuowen and Yao Zhisheng. Zhang Fei said in a deep voice, "Both of you, the hero assembly is in 5 days. Both of you are geniuses chosen by the palace master, so please don't kill each other at this critical time. I'll let you off this time. After the hero assembly, I'll let you know what regret is." Yao Zhisheng coldly said. Soon after, he turned around and left the place. Zhang Yong followed behind Yao Zhisheng. It was likely that Zhang Yong planned to bring Yao Zhisheng to his lodging alone. Zhuo Wen stared at Yao Zhisheng's back with a sneer on his face. If Yao Zhisheng really bumped into the tip of Zhuo Wen's spear, he would teach Yao Zhisheng a lesson. "Let's go. I'll bring you to your accommodation first." Chapter 1183. Heroes Assembly. 5 days passed quietly. In a courtyard, Zhuowen held the 7 kills saber and waved it slowly. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation was emitted from the saber blade, forming invisible ripples that spread out in all directions. Zhuowen had already comprehended the first move of the slaughter oath-breaking saber technique, break life. Now, Zhuowen was thinking about how to master the second move, chaotic mortal world. If break life was a move that was extremely murderous, then the second move, chaotic mortal world, was completely different from the former. Chaotic mortal world had a trace of depravity in it. With one slash, it could make a warrior fall into the mortal world and make his opponent fall into depravity in the mortal world, willingly becoming a ghost under the saber. If the destruction of life and the chaotic mortal dust were combined, then the power that could be exerted would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, the chaotic mortal dust was even more mysterious than the destruction of life, so Zhuo Wen still needed some time to completely master it. Although he hadn't completely mastered it, Zhuo Wen could still achieve a preliminary mastery of it. Whoosh! A figure landed in the courtyard like a black lightning. Zhuowen looked up and saw Zhang Fei staring at him with a faint smile. He nodded and slowly put away the 7 kills saber and walked towards Zhang Fei. "Today is the heroes' assembly. Brother Zhuo, come with me." After Zhang Fei finished speaking, he did not say anything else and slowly led the way. Zhuowen also silently followed behind him. After passing through a few corridors, they came to an open space. At this moment, there were already a few figures standing on the open space. The leader was Mansion Master Zhang Jie. Beside Zhang Jie, there was a fierce figure standing silently. This person was about 25 years old. He was wearing a purple gold robe. His face was as white as jade, his eyebrows were straight and his eyes were bright. His body revealed a handsome and threatening aura. This aura was very powerful and it faintly revealed a trace of Supreme Emperor's might. This young man was definitely an Emperor Realm warrior. The arrival of Zhuowen and Zhang Fei naturally attracted the attention of Zhang Jie and the others in the open space. Zhang Jie smilingly said to Zhuowen and Zhang Fei, "You two come behind me first, and then I will take you to the location of the hero assembly." Zhuowen and Zhang Fei naturally had no objections and silently walked behind Zhang Jie. It was worth noting that the Emperor Realm youth standing beside Zhang Jie had not even glanced at Zhuowen and Zhang Fei from the beginning to the end. Only when Zhang Jie spoke to him did the youth reluctantly open his mouth to speak. Even Zhuowen was surprised by this person's arrogance. However, when he recalled that this person was an Emperor Realm cultivator, Zhuowen didn't pay too much attention to him. It was normal for monstrous geniuses to be arrogant, but this person's arrogance was a little too much. Zhuowen. He is the most powerful genius in my great Zhang mansion, Zhangyang. He is only 25 years old this year and his cultivation has already reached the first level Emperor Realm. At the same time, he is also a direct descendant of my great Zhang mansion. My father thinks highly of him. A clear voice came from behind Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen turned around and saw Tsang Dai walking towards him. Behind her was an old man with the cultivation of the third level of the Great Emperor realm. Miss Tsang Dai. Tsang Fei, who was standing beside Zhuo Wen, bowed his head slightly and greeted her respectfully. Tsang Dai nodded. Her pure and beautiful eyes immediately fell on Zhuo Wen, sizing him up. Zhuo Wen stood where he was and calmly stared at the Tsang Saver. He was surprised that the Tsang Saver knew his name. He didn't remember speaking to the Tsang Saver before. I was watching the selection battle from below the stage 5 days ago. Tsang Dai saw the doubt in Zhuo Wen's eyes and said with a smile. So that's how it is. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen's doubts were slowly dispelled as he nodded. At this time, Tsang Yong and Yao Zhisheng also came over. Under Tsang Dai's signal, they also walked behind Tsang Dai, not far from Zhuo Wen and Tsang Fei. Junior sister Tsang Dai. I haven't seen you for half a year and you have become more beautiful. After coming to a place not far away, Yao Zhisheng glanced indifferently at Zhuo Wen, then his gaze fell on Tsang Dai, revealing a fiery look in his eyes. Tsang Dai smiled slightly and said, Senior brother Yao is the one who surprised me. When I left Greater One Sect, Senior brother's cultivation was still at the late Heavenly Master realm. Now that I haven't seen you for half a year, you have reached the peak Heavenly Master realm. With such talent, Senior brother will definitely lead Greater One Sect to glory in the future. Hearing Tsang Dai's praise, Yao Zhisheng raised his chin slightly, revealing a trace of pleasure in his eyes. Dai, you're here too. Tsang Dai also noticed Tsang Dai's arrival, and could not help but reveal a smile on his face. Standing beside Tsang Dai, Tsang Yang, who had been silent all this time, also turned around at this moment. His eyes were fixed on Tsang Dai, and his originally serious face revealed a touch of gentleness. Little Dai. Come to me and uncle, don't associate with those ants, it will only lower your value, Tsang Yang said indifferently. Especially when he saw Tsang Dai standing so close to Zhuo Wen, it made Tsang Yang feel a little uncomfortable, while Tsang Jie's eyes flickered. As Tsang Dai's father, he understood Tsang Dai's character quite well. Tsang Dai was definitely an extremely thoughtful woman with a strong purpose. Moreover, Tsang Dai's requirements for men were extremely high. Ordinary warriors basically could not enter her eyes. Even their great Tsang mansion's most talented Tsang Yang, she only maintained an aloof attitude. However, today, Tsang Dai showed some enthusiasm towards Zhuo Wen. Such an attitude made Tsang Jie even more puzzled. Could it be that this Zhuo Wen's charm was so great? Of course, if Tsang Jie knew that Tsang Dai's purpose of approaching Zhuo Wen was because of the map of the Great Demon Sect ruins, then the doubt in his heart would automatically dissipate. Unfortunately, Tsang Dai did not tell Tsang Jie about this matter. Tsang Dai smiled appropriately and said, Big brother Tsang Yang, little Dai can stay here. It's more comfortable to stay here. When Tsang Dai's words came out, Tsang Yang's eyes turned cold, and even Yao Zhisheng's face was slightly cold. Of course, this was not towards Tsang Dai, but towards Zhuo Wen. After all, Tsang Dai's attitude towards Zhuo Wen was indeed somewhat different. Zhuo Wen frowned slightly. He did not understand Tsang Dai's attitude because he did not have any contact with Tsang Dai before. Tsang Dai's friendly attitude made Zhuo Wen quite puzzled. Tsang Jie did not speak. He was quite assured about Tsang Dai. He said loudly, You all follow me to the Hero Assembly's venue. After saying that, Tsang Jie left the Great Tsang Mansion first, and Zhuo Wen and the others followed closely behind. However, not long after Zhuo Wen stood up, a surge of energy suddenly shot from behind and swept towards his vital parts. Sensing the incoming force, Zhuo Wen's gaze turned cold. With a stomp of his foot, he dodged the incoming force. After which, he turned around and coldly stared at Tsang Yang as he asked, What is the meaning of this? At this moment, Song Yang slowly came to Zhuowen's side. His eyes were slightly surprised. He said, "It seems that you have some skills, but I still have to warn you. Little Dai is not someone you can get close to." After saying that, Song Yang leisurely walked away. Zhuowen silently stared at Song Yang's back as he left. The coldness in his eyes gradually increased. "Zhuowen, you don't have to mind too much. Song Yang's character is like this." Song Dai slowly came to Zhuowen's side and said with a chuckle. Zhuowen indifferently stared at Song Dai and said, "Missed Song Dai. Could it be that you deliberately did this to force Song Yang to test my skills? Or, do you have another purpose?" The corners of Song Dai's mouth curled into a smile. It was impossible to tell what she was thinking. She said with a chuckle, "This lady has a good impression of you. Can't I talk to a man who has a good impression of me?" After saying that, Song Dai brought the old man behind her and broke through the sky. Zhuowen was left with a puzzled expression. He frowned. He always felt that there was something wrong with Song Dai. However, the latter's actions were reasonable and he couldn't find any fault with it. Let's not think about this for now. Let's deal with the hero assembly first. Shaking his head, Zhuowen followed behind Song Dai and the old man. At this moment, in the middle of Big Tsang City, 100 meters above the ground, a huge battle ring was floating quietly. Within Big Tsang City, there was a huge crowd of people. Many warriors were looking at the battle ring in the sky with anticipation. Everyone knew that the hero assembly was about to begin. At that time, the geniuses of the 7 major prefectures would collide and create extremely bright sparks. This was a grand event. Whoosh! Song Jia brought Song Yang and the other 4 and was the first to arrive. In the open space below, there were 7 huge seats. Song Jia landed on one of the seats, while Song Yang and the others silently stood behind her. "Missed Song Dai, who are the geniuses of the other 6 major prefectures?" After arriving at the seats, Zhuowen suddenly asked Song Dai, who wasn't far from him. Since Song Dai said that she had a good impression of him, and Zhuowen wasn't familiar with the other 6 major prefectures, he naturally had to make good use of Song Dai's information. Under the somewhat cold gazes of Song Yang and Yao Zhisheng, Song Dai smiled at Zhuowen without any hesitation. "Actually, our great Song prefecture is ranked near the top among the 7 major prefectures. Among them, the 2 major factions that we should pay attention to should be the Great Zhou Prefecture and the Great Qin Prefecture. These 2 prefectures are ranked in the top 2 among the 7 major prefectures. The geniuses that they have dispatched this time should also be at the Emperor stage. As for the remaining 4 prefectures, the Great Jia Prefecture, Great Chu Prefecture, Great Han Prefecture and Great Tang Prefecture, these 4 are not worth mentioning. Among the 7 major prefectures, these 4 prefectures are on the weaker side. The number of geniuses they have is also far from being comparable to our Great Song Prefecture. The strongest genius that they have dispatched this time should also be unable to compare to the geniuses of our Great Song Prefecture." Zhuowen nodded his head when he heard these words. It seemed that the Great Song Prefecture was ranked around 3rd among the 7 major prefectures. However, even the 3rd-ranked Great Song Prefecture had such a powerful prefecture master. He really didn't know how terrifying the 1st-ranked Great Zhou Prefecture and 2nd-ranked Great Qin Prefecture would be. The strength of these 2 prefecture masters was likely above Song Jia. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Chapter 1184. Chaotic battle. The 4 teams arrived in the sky and slowly landed on the other 4 seats below the stage. Song Jia slowly stood up, cupped his hands together and laughed heartily. Song Jia is honored to receive the 4 Mansion Masters. These 4 teams are the Great Frame Mansion, Great Chu Mansion, Great Han Mansion and Great Tang Mansion. The Great Frame Mansion's Mansion Master is called Yang Liang. The Great Chu Mansion's Mansion Master is called Chu Yu, the Great Han Mansion's Mansion Master is called Lu Gao and the Great Tang Mansion's Mansion Master is called Li Shiyu. The four of them are mid-level martial emperors and are the top experts of the Pang Great World, Sangjie said to Zhuowen in a low voice. Zhuowen nodded. His gaze gathered on the four mansion masters of the four great mansions. There was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The four mansion masters' auras were very powerful. They were about the same level as Azura Island's Azura, but slightly weaker than the great Song mansions. They should be fourth-level martial emperors. Moreover, Zhuowen discovered that none of the geniuses brought by the four great mansions were martial emperors. The highest cultivation was only at the peak heavenly venerate. It seemed that the gap between the four great mansions and the great Song mansion was not small. The four mansion masters cupped their hands politely towards Sangjie. However, they did not show too much enthusiasm. They were just being polite. They knew that the other party would be difficult opponents in the hero competition later. Naturally, they would not show too much enthusiasm. Sangjie also knew what the four mansion masters were thinking. He merely smiled faintly and waited silently. The four mansion masters did not pose any threat to the great Song mansion. Therefore, he did not pay too much attention to them. His main focus was the Great Zhou Mansion and the Great Qin Mansion. These two mansions were his most advantageous competitors. After waiting for a while, two groups flew over from the horizon. These two groups consisted of 6 people each. The leader of one of the groups had an extremely sturdy figure. His entire body was covered in bronze armor, and he wore a bronze mask on his face. A pair of sharp eyes emitted a dense cold glow through the mask. The leader of the other team was dressed in a golden robe with a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the front of the robe. The golden light was like the blazing sun, appearing very dazzling. The muscular man in the bronze armor is the Great Zhou Institute's mansion master, Zhou Bin. His strength is terrifying and above my father's. The man in the golden robe is the Great Qin Institute's mansion master, Qin Xian. His strength is on par with my father's, Sangjie said in a low voice. Ha! Sangjie, I really didn't expect that the right to hold this heroes' assembly would be seized by you. That's really strange. As soon as he landed on the ground, Qin Xian, who was wearing a golden robe, spoke loudly with a sarcastic tone. Sangjie frowned and snorted, Qin Xian. It's indeed a little rare, but it's still much better than someone who didn't get it. When these words were spoken, Qin Xian's expression turned slightly ugly. Just as he was about to flare up, he was stopped by Zhou Bin beside him. Zhou Bin, who was wearing a bronze mask, coldly said, Qin Xian, we're here to participate in the heroes' assembly, not to quarrel. Qin Xian was silent when he heard these words. He looked at Zhou Bin with an extremely fearful gaze. Zhou Bin was very powerful and could be said to be the strongest mansion master among the 7 great mansion masters. Even though Qin Xian was arrogant and thought highly of himself, he still felt somewhat lacking in confidence in front of such an existence. Therefore, he didn't dare to refute Zhou Bin's words. Sangjie. When will the heroes' assembly begin? Zhou Bin asked Sangjie. Sangjie looked at Zhou Bin with some fear and said in a deep voice, the two of you can go to your respective seats first. I'll make arrangements for the heroes' assembly. Zhou Bin and Qin Xian nodded when they heard this and brought their respective teams to the other 2 seats. Standing behind Sangjie, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the 10 people in the teams behind Zhou Bin and Qin Xian. These 10 people were the geniuses of the Great Zhou Academy and the Great Qin Mansion. Every one of them had a terrifying aura. In particular, there were a few among them whose auras were as vast as the ocean. Even Zhuowen felt threatened by them. Zhuowen secretly made a mental note before withdrawing his gaze. He knew that he would definitely encounter the geniuses of the other manners in the battle royale. If he were to encounter the strongest geniuses of the Great Zhou Academy and the Great Qin Mansion in advance, he would likely have to use some of his trump cards in order to have a chance of victory. The rules of the Heroes' Assembly are actually very simple. It is a battle royale. The first round will be divided into 5 battles. Every mansion will send out a genius. In the battle royale of 7 people, only one person will be able to successfully remain. As for whether or not you can remain, it will all depend on your ability. At that time, only 5 people will enter the second round. I wonder if the 6 mansion heads have any objections. Sangjie looked around and said in a clear voice. The 4 mansion heads of the Great Frame Academy, the Great Chu Academy, the Great Tang Academy and the Great Han Academy faintly knitted their brows. The rules of this battle royale were extremely cruel. Moreover, it was clearly much more disadvantageous for the 4 weaker manners. However, although the 4 mansion heads knitted their brows tightly, they did not say anything. This was because the strongest Great Zhou Academy and the Great Qin Mansion had not expressed their opinions. Even if they did, it would be useless. Zhou Bin and Qin Xian looked at each other and nodded. None of us have any objections. Since Brother Zhou and Brother Qin have no objections, I wonder what the 4 of you think. Sangjie was all smiles as he stared at the other 4 mansion heads. The expressions of the 4 mansion heads turned a little stiff. However, they could only force a smile as they said, "We naturally have no objections." Since there are no objections, let us begin. Sangjie waved his right hand. His actions were extremely decisive. Immediately, the enormous stage 100 meters in the air slowly unfurled. A dark blue screen of light spread out around the stage. Now, everyone can send out a genius onto the stage. Sangjie said with a smile. Zhou Bin nodded. Soon after, he turned to a youth with a dark gaze behind him and said, "Zhou Lan. You go first." The youth who was called Zhou Lan was wearing bronze armor. Both his gauntlets and kneecaps were forged from bronze. Although he was not as tall as Zhou Bin, he was still over 10 feet tall and looked like a small giant. This Zhou Lan should be the weakest of the 5 geniuses from the Great Zhou Academy. Sang Jie stood beside Zhuowen and said with a faint smile. Zhuowen nodded. The Great Zhou Academy was indeed extraordinary. Among the 5 geniuses this time, there were actually 2 Emperor stage practitioners, while the other 3 were peak heavenly venerates. The geniuses from the Great Qin Mansion were about the same as the Great Song Mansion, with 1 Emperor and 4 peak heavenly venerates. Zhou Lan, who had been sent by the Great Zhou Institute, was also a peak heavenly venerate. When Zhou Lan's muscular body leapt onto the arena, a terrifying aura erupted and the enormous arena in the sky began to shake violently. Qin Xian gave a look to a martial artist behind him. That martial artist nodded his head and also leapt onto the stage. His aura was on par with Zhou Lan's. When the 2 of them went up, their eyes exploded with a monstrous fighting spirit. When they saw that the geniuses sent out by the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Mansion were so powerful, the expressions of the Great Frame Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, the Great Han Mansion, and the Great Chu Mansion became somewhat unsightly. This was because the strongest geniuses behind them were only peak heavenly venerables. Thus, if they wanted to send out geniuses to enter the second round, they had to send out their strongest geniuses in the first round. When they thought about how the weakest disciples sent out by the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Academy were comparable to their strongest disciples, the 4 mansion masters could not help but feel somewhat dejected. However, they naturally would not give up because of this. No matter what, they had to win the first round. Therefore, the 4 mansion masters had the same idea, sending out their strongest peak heavenly venerate practitioners. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After the geniuses from the 4 great manors landed on the stage, only the geniuses from the Great Song Mansion had yet to step onto the stage. Sangjie did not panic. Instead, his gaze landed on Zhuowen and Yao Zhisheng as he smiled faintly and said, "Which one of you will go first?" Zhuowen did not react to these words, but Yao Zhisheng frowned slightly. Sangjie had selected the 2 of them for the first round. Evidently, He felt that the two of them were inferior to Zhang Fei and Zhang Yong from the great Zhang mansion. The weakest of the five should be Zhuowen. I think it's more appropriate to send him up for the first round, Yao Zhisheng coldly said. Zhang Jie raised his eyebrows and said with a spurious smile, "Are you so sure that Zhuowen is weaker than you?" Zhang Jie's attitude caused Yao Zhisheng to frown slightly. Could it be that Zhang Jie still believed that he was inferior to Zhuowen? This made Yao Zhisheng feel somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. It's fine to send Zhuowen up for the first round. After all, the geniuses from the Great Zhou Mansion and the Great Qin Mansion are the weakest of the five. Our Great Zhang Mansion cannot fall behind. Zhang Yang, who was standing beside Zhang Jie, said indifferently. Zhang Jie's eyes flickered when he heard Zhang Yang's words. However, he smiled at Zhuowen and said, "Zhuowen, do you plan to accept the first round?" Zhuowen shrugged and said indifferently, "Since everyone thinks that I'm the weakest, why not let me fight?" Facing a peak heavenly venerate cultivator, Zhuowen did not need to expend much effort to achieve victory. What reason did Zhuowen have to let go of such an opportunity that came knocking on his door? Good. Zhuowen, I look forward to your triumphant return. Zhang Jie nodded and said with a smile. Mansion Master thinks too highly of this guy. I think that he might be the first to be eliminated. Yao Zhisheng sneered. Zhuowen did not pay any attention to Yao Zhisheng, who was mocking and ridiculing him. He knew that once the results of the first round were out, he would naturally be slapped in the face. There was no need for him to compete with a mad dog. Swoosh! Zhuowen stepped onto the stage and narrowed his eyes slightly. This first round should be considered the most difficult of the 7 rounds. After all, other than the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Zhou Mansion, the other 4 manors had sent their strongest geniuses. Therefore, all 7 of them were peak heavenly venerates. 7 enormous auras crushed down like towering mountains, causing the atmosphere to become somewhat solemn. Below the stage, countless great Zhang city cultivators raised their heads and stared at the huge stage. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. A clash between geniuses from the 7 manors was not something that could be seen on a normal day. Now, let the melee begin. Chapter 1185. Clean and efficient. Boom. 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 The sounds of intense yuan power collisions were like a great bell that filled the entire stage. On the stage, the 7 cultivators all exploded with their own powerful strength as they shot towards the closest cultivator. Swoosh! Zhuowen had yet to make a move when he felt a sharp gust of wind sweeping over. Turning his head to look, he saw a youth with a dark expression and steady footsteps pouncing towards him with a sinister grin. Zhuowen had some impression of this person. He was the strongest genius in the Great Chu Mansion. Zhang Jie had previously introduced him to the names and situations of the other 6 mansions' geniuses. This person was called Chu Tian, the most outstanding genius in the Great Chu Mansion. Boom! Zhuowen punched out. Terrifying force was like ripples in water as it violently collided with Chu Tian's fists. Subsequently, Chu Tian's expression changed slightly as he was actually forced back dozens of steps. On the other hand, Zhuowen also consciously retreated dozens of steps. Although it would not be a problem for him to defeat Chu Tian with a single punch with his current strength, he did not want to stand out too much. After all, the stage was currently a chaotic battle. If he stood out, he would undoubtedly be attacked by everyone. This was not an outcome he wanted. If 6 peak heavenly venerates joined forces to attack him, he would have to use his trump cards to deal with them. This was only the first battle, so there was no need for Zhuowen to reveal too much. You do have some strength. Chu Tian stabilized his body as a sliver of fear faintly appeared in his eyes as he looked at Zhuowen. The situation of Chu Tian and Zhuowen's clash was naturally witnessed by the three geniuses from the Great Chu Mansion, Great Tang Mansion and Great Han Mansion. They exchanged glances before shooting towards Zhou Lan and the Great Qin Mansion's genius respectively. Compared to the Great Song residence, the Great Qin residence and the Great Zhou residence, their four residences were extremely weak. Thus, they had already secretly formed an alliance before coming here. They knew that if they did not form an alliance, they might be eliminated one by the other three residences. Only by joining forces would they have a chance at survival. Since the Great Song Mansion had sent out Zhuowen, Chu Tian was more than enough to deal with him, so they naturally did not need to pay too much attention to him. Right now, the three of them needed to pay attention to the Great Zhou Mansion's Zhou Lan and the Great Qin Mansion's genius. As long as they eliminated those two, the remaining spots would be a fair competition between the four of them. The two of us will deal with Zhou Lan. You go deal with the Great Qin Residence's Qin Mu. The genius from the Great Tang Mansion said to the genius from the Great Frame Mansion. Then, together with the genius from the Great Han Mansion, they rushed towards Zhou Lan. Each of them used their strongest moves in an attempt to eliminate Zhou Lan. He. They really overestimate themselves. The corners of Zhou Lan's mouth were filled with a sneer as he shouted in a low voice. Unknowingly, a pair of bronze axes had appeared in his hands. With a wave of his hands, an extremely frightening gale erupted from the axes, whistling as they shot towards the two geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion. The expressions of the two geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion slightly changed. They both took out their respective weapons and swung them together in an attempt to block the incoming axes. Bang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. Soon after, the expressions of the two geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion changed at the same time. They only felt an enormous force acting on their bodies, causing their forward momentum to abruptly freeze. Scram! Zhou Lan loudly shouted as the muscles in his hands swelled. Azure Yuan power covered the large axes in his hands. Instantly, an azure glow erupted, causing the two geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion to fly backwards at the same time. When the two of them stabilized their bodies a dozen or so meters away, they were shocked to discover that the webbing between the thumb and index finger of their right hand, which held their weapons, had actually split open. Where are the two of you looking at? Just when the two geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion were shocked by Zhou Lan's strength, an indifferent voice resounded in their ears. Shortly after, the two of them turned around in shock. They instantly saw that Zhou Lan had unknowingly appeared behind the two of them. The pair of large axes whistled through the wind and swept towards them once again. Boom! Boom! Two muffled groans sounded out. Soon after, the two geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion were directly sent flying out of the stage by Zhou Lan's attack. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two mansion lords from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion respectively flew out and caught the two geniuses that were sent flying backwards. Their faces were slightly gloomy. They never imagined that their strongest geniuses would actually be unable to withstand two moves from Zhou Lan even after joining forces. The gap between them was simply too big. The instant the two geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion and the Great Han Mansion were eliminated, another figure was sent flying backwards. Soon after, the Great Tang Mansion's Mansion Lord caught this figure in his hands. Needless to say, this figure was naturally the strongest genius from the Great Tang Mansion. This genius opponent was the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Mu. However, he actually didn't last for long before being eliminated. It seemed like the gap between the four great mansions and the three great mansions was truly too big. There's still Chu Tian who hasn't been eliminated. The Great Chu Mansion's Mansion Lord wasn't happy at all. This was because the strength of the Great Zhou Mansion's Zhou Lan and the Great Qin Mansion's Qin Mu was too terrifying. Even if Chu Tian defeated the Great Song Mansion's Zhuowen, it wouldn't make any difference. There were still the two monsters, Zhou Lan and Qin Mu, waiting for him. At this moment, Zhuowen was casually exchanging blows with Chu Tian. At the same time, a portion of his attention was placed on Zhou Lan and Qin Mu. When he saw the two of them eliminating the geniuses from the Great Frame Mansion, the Great Tang Mansion, and the Great Han Mansion, a trace of astonishment appeared in his eyes. Although Zhou Lan and Qin Mu were also peak heavenly venerables, their battle strength was much stronger than ordinary peak heavenly venerables. However, they were still much weaker than first-level martial emperors. "I'm not playing with you anymore," Zhuowen indifferently said. Soon after, he clenched his right hand into a fist and withdrew it to his lower abdomen. His right foot stepped forward, and his right fist punched out. "You're still not playing with me? Do you think you're very strong?" Chu Tian was unable to restrain his anger when he heard Zhuowen's words. He coldly said as he drew a curved blade, raised it above his head, and fiercely chopped down. He wanted to cut Zhuowen in half. "Break!" Zhuowen's fist smashed onto the curved blade. Soon after, a blazing golden light erupted. The curved blade that was chopping down froze, and soon after, it directly shattered. The fist that was suffused with golden light continued forward, passing through countless fragments of the blade and smashing into Chu Tian's chest. Ugh! Chu Tian vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He was caught by the hands of the great Chu Mansion chief, whose expression was ugly. From now on, the geniuses from the four great manors were basically all eliminated. Only the three geniuses from the Great Zhou Mansion, the Great Qin Mansion and the Great Song Mansion remained on the stage. Zhuowen's strength is not bad, but it should stop here. Whether it's Zhou Lan or Qin Mu, neither of them is someone that Zhuowen can deal with. Yao Zhisheng crossed his arms as he spoke in a rather confident manner. Zhou Lan and Qin Mu, even if he wanted to deal with them, without paying a certain price, it would be difficult for him to win. Moreover, Yao Zhisheng subconsciously believed that Zhuowen's strength was inferior to his, which was why he said that. Zhuowen is not simple. Perhaps there will be some unexpected results. Song Jie softly chuckled. A cold light flashed in Yao Zhisheng's and Song Yang's eyes at the same time when they heard Song Jie's words. In the adjacent seats, the corners of the Great Zhou Mansion Chief Zhou Bin's mouth curled slightly as he said to the Great Qin Mansion Chief Qin Xian, "Brother Qin, I'm afraid that Zhou Lan will be able to advance this time." Qin Xian's brows furrowed slightly as he shook his head and said, "Brother Zhou, the results are not out yet. It's still too early to make a conclusion. Then let's wait and see the results of this battle." The corners of Zhou Bin's mouth curled slightly. He was still very confident in Zhou Lan. Although Qin Mu's strength was not bad, he was able to tell with a single glance that there was still a gap between Qin Mu and Zhou Lan. As for the Great Song Mansion's Zhuowen, he did not pay much attention to him. After all, the Great Song Mansion should have sent out their weakest genius this time. How could the Great Song Mansion's foundations compare to his Great Zhou and Great Qin? "Brother Qin. Looks like the spot for this battle will be decided between the two of us." Zhou Lan stared at Qin Mu as she spoke with overflowing battle intent. Qin Mu shrugged as he faintly smiled and said, "Actually, I've long wanted to experience Brother Zhou's strength. However, I've never had the chance before. This is a good opportunity." Zhou Lan and Qin Mu exchanged questions and answers, completely ignoring Zhuowen who was standing to the side. Evidently, the two of them did not care about Zhuowen at all. "Are the two of you planning to ignore me?" Zhuowen slowly walked over as his clear voice rang out on the stage. Soon after, the expressions of Qin Mu and Zhou Lan, who were still conversing, turned slightly sluggish. The two of them turned their heads at the same time and coldly stared at Zhuowen. "Brother Zhou. I nearly forgot that there was still an ant here. I think our battle will have to be delayed for a while. I want to deal with this fellow first before fighting with you." As he spoke, Qin Mu stomped his feet and grabbed the air with his right hand. Suddenly, a broadsword appeared in his hand. Qin Mu waved his right hand and the broadsword came crashing down like a mountain. On the other hand, Zhou Lan quietly hovered in the air as she looked down at Zhuowen. In her opinion, it should be easy for Qin Mu to deal with Zhuowen. After all, Zhuowen's performance in the previous battle with Chu Tian was lukewarm. Therefore, the two of them did not pay much attention to Zhuowen. 7 kills. Zhuowen flicked his finger and the 7 kills blade appeared in his hand. Then, he bent his knees and stomped his feet on the ground. His entire body shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. A terrifying killing aura erupted from his body as 8 blood seas appeared in the air and appeared under Zhuowen's feet. Slash! Zhuowen gently slashed out. The 7 kills blade carried the might of the surging blood seas and heavily smashed onto Qin Mu's broadsword. Then, the latter felt a huge force that he could not resist. Then, he was directly suppressed by this force and flew out, falling to the ground like a meteorite. Rumble. However, just as Qin Mu was about to land on the ground, Zhuowen appeared in front of Qin Mu like a ghost. His left hand formed a palm and suddenly smashed into Qin Mu's chest. After which, Qin Mu let out a muffled groan and directly flew backwards, landing outside the arena. Boom! Chapter 1186. The second round. A smile emerged from the corners of Great Song Manor's Zhang Jie's mouth. Evidently, he was rather happy that Zhuowen had defeated Qin Mu. Standing behind Qin Mu, Yao Zhisheng's brows were slightly furrowed. As for Cang Yang, he was as calm as still water. A battle between peak heavenly venerates was truly nothing in his eyes. Looks like this Zhuowen is truly not simple. I wonder if he will be a match for Zhou Lan. An amused smile appeared from the corners of Zhang Jie's mouth. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anticipation. Humph. I believe that he is still no match for Zhou Lan. Yao Zhisheng said in a somewhat unhappy voice. Zhang Jie did not refute. Her beautiful eyes looked past Yao Zhisheng and landed on Zhuowen. This scene caused Yao Zhisheng's expression to become increasingly ugly. The great Qin Manor's master, Qin Xian, waved his sleeve. Surging yuan power gushed out and lifted Qin Mu, who had fallen off the stage, before placing him on the spectator stand. Manor Master. I've disappointed you. Qin Mu bowed slightly as his voice trembled. Qin Xian waved his hand and said, I know that you've done your best. The young man sent by the great Song Manor is not simple. You should go and recuperate first. Qin Mu nodded. He silently walked to a spot behind Qin Xian and sat down. His back seemed to be somewhat down and out. Brother Qin. Your great Qin Manor is somewhat lacking. To think that you would be defeated by a nameless young man. Zhou Bin smiled faintly. There was a trace of mockery in his voice. Qin Mu's gaze was dark as he coldly said, I believe that your great Zhou Institute's Zhou Lan will not gain any advantage against him. Heh heh. There is no need for Brother Qin to worry. Zhou Lan is still capable of dealing with him. Zhou Bin's eyes were filled with confidence. On the stage, Zhou Lan stared at Zhuowen in astonishment as she softly chuckled and said, Your strength is not bad. To think that you've defeated Qin Mu. It's all right. Now it's your turn. Zhuowen nodded. Soon after, he slowly walked towards Zhou Lan. This scene caused Zhou Lan's expression to turn sluggish. Soon after, her gaze turned cold as she said, Looks like you're very confident. However, your confidence will not last for long. As she spoke, Zhou Lan took a step forward and the bronze axes in her hands whizzed out. In an instant, she appeared in front of Zhuowen. Her hands clasped together and the two axes in her hands chopped towards Zhuowen in the middle, intending to completely pulverize him. Whoosh! Zhuowen, on the other hand, was not afraid. He slashed out with the 7 kills saber in his hand. 8 blood seas rushed out like 8 blood pythons and enveloped Zhuowen's body, forming a blood-colored defense. Bang! The huge axes swept over and smashed onto the 8 blood seas. Following that, Zhou Lan only felt the huge axes in her hands become sluggish. The axes that hacked onto the blood seas were actually completely sluggish, unable to move in the slightest. Kill! In the instant that Zhou Lan's body froze due to the sea of blood, Zhuowen slashed out with his saber, fiercely slamming into Zhou Lan's dual axes. Bang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Following that, Zhou Lan let out a muffled groan and retreated dozens of steps. The instant that he stabilized his body, Zhuowen instantly arrived. The 7 kills saber in his hand slashed out again and again. Countless saber shadows wreaked havoc like a storm. In the midst of these terrifying saber shadows, Zhou Lan was like a small boat in the middle of the sea that could capsize at any time. Bastard! Zhou Lan cursed in anger. However, his heart was filled with fear. Zhuowen's attack was actually so swift and fierce that it was beyond his expectations. Falling Phoenix Slash. As she spoke, Zhou Lan suddenly raised her dual axes. Suddenly, a green glow burst out from the blades of the dual axes. Following that, the terrifying green glow converged into a green phoenix that soared into the sky and charged towards Zhuowen. Life destruction. Zhuowen did not hold back. The 7 kills saber slashed out horizontally. The space behind him split open and an extremely large blood-colored saber shadow swept out. This saber shadow was very powerful and it rumbled as it came crashing down. Rumble. The blood-colored saber shadow and the green phoenix collided. Soon after, an extremely terrifying explosive energy erupted from the two. However, this explosion only lasted for a moment before the green phoenix emitted a mournful wail. Soon after, the blood-colored saber shadow descended and chopped the green phoenix into pieces. Zhou Lan's pupils shrunk when he saw the green phoenix that was instantly destroyed. With a muffled groan, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and retreated dozens of steps. His face was as pale as snow. Swoosh! In the instant that Zhou Lan retreated, Zhuowen took a step in the air and shot out like an arrow from a bow. In the instant that Zhou Lan's strength was exhausted, Zhuowen slashed out with his blade. Zhou Lan's expression greatly changed. He held his 2 axes horizontally, wanting to block Zhuowen's attack. Bang! Weapons clashed as Zhou Lan once again spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying and landed outside the stage. Bang! The instant Zhou Lan smashed onto the ground, the surrounding atmosphere once again fell into a stagnant state. Even the smile on the Great Zhou Institute's headmaster Zhou Bin's face had completely frozen. Zhuowen has actually won, haha. Cangjie was the first to react as he laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with mirth. On the viewing platform, Sang Dai's beautiful eyes curved slightly like crescent moons, as if she had already expected this outcome. As for Yao Zhishen, his brows were slightly furrowed. He did not expect that Zhuowen would actually defeat Zhou Lan. Swoosh! Zhuowen slowly landed on the viewing platform. Cangjie stood up and patted Zhuowen's shoulders with both hands as he smiled and said, "Zhuowen, you've done well this time. You've won the first match and given our great Song Institute a good start." Zhuowen smiled faintly. Just as he was about to speak, Yao Zhishen's ambiguous voice sounded, "In the first match, the Great Zhou Institute and Great Qin Institute sent out their weakest geniuses. There's nothing special about winning. There's indeed nothing special about it. I wonder if Brother Yao will be able to win the second match." Zhuowen faintly smiled. Upon hearing these words, the iciness in Yao Zhisheng's eyes gradually thickened as he icily replied, "Of course. Then I look forward to Brother Yao's performance in the second match." Zhuowen softly chuckled, not minding the mockery in Yao Zhisheng's words as he calmly walked to Cang Dai's side. Yao Zhisheng's brows furrowed slightly, but he did not know what to say. "Looks like you've hidden your strength rather well. Although Zhou Lan is the weakest amongst the 5 geniuses of the Great Zhou Institute, she is still much stronger than an ordinary peak heavenly venerate." Cang Dai softly chuckled. Zhuowen shook his head and nonchalantly said, "My luck is rather good. Zhou Lan is indeed rather strong." Upon hearing these words, Cang Dai deeply glanced at Zhuowen. She could also hear the evasive intent in Zhuowen's words. It was obvious that he did not wish to discuss this matter any further. She was a smart woman and knew when to stop. In the Great Zhou Institute seating area, Zhou Lan lowered her head and walked to Zhou Bin's side. Her legs trembled slightly as she said, "Headmaster." Zhou Bin waved his sleeve and coldly said, "No need to say anything, go to the back." Zhou Lan's gaze flickered. In the end, he could only nod his head. Soon after, he dejectedly walked to an inconspicuous corner at the back of the seats. The other 4 geniuses from the Great Zhou Institute did not even glance at Zhou Lan. In their minds, a loser did not need any sympathy or pity. Why have I never heard of this young man called Zhuowen before? He should not be a genius from the Great Song Manor. Zhou Bin's gaze landed on Zhuowen in the Great Song Manor seating area as his eyes narrowed and he softly muttered, "Let the second match begin." Cang Jie slowly stood up, his face flushed red. Zhuowen's victory in the first match was a pleasant surprise for him. The other 6 headmasters naturally did not have any objections and each sent out their second genius. The Great Song Manor sent out Yao Zhisheng. What was worth noting was that the Great Qin Manor had sent out their strongest genius, Qin Lei. His cultivation was similar to Cang Yang's, the first layer emperor stage. The Great Qin Manor's unexpected move had caught the other 6 headmasters somewhat unprepared. The result of the second match went without saying. The Great Qin Manor naturally won, while Yao Zhisheng was unlucky enough to be eliminated. After the second match, Yao Zhisheng sullenly returned to his seat. When he saw Zhuowen's faintly discernible mocking gaze, his mood immediately sank. "It seems that I have overestimated Brother Yao. It seems that Brother Yao did not win the second match as you said," Zhuowen indifferently said. Yao Zhisheng's expression froze, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He coldly said, "You can only say that you were lucky. The first match was against weaklings. The second match was against the Great Qin Manor's Qin Lei. It's normal for you to lose." "Ha! Brother Yao is right. It's normal for you to lose," Zhuowen said meaningfully. Yao Zhisheng's eyes narrowed as he looked at Zhuowen with fury. However, with Cang Jie in the seating area, he could not flare up. He could only coldly say, "Actually, I am quite looking forward to your match against Qin Lei. At that time, you will know how lowly you are." "Perhaps." Zhuowen no longer argued with Yao Zhisheng. Instead, his gaze landed on the stage above. At this moment, the third match had begun. The Great Song Manor had sent out their strongest genius, Cang Yang. The Great Zhou Manor, Great Qin Manor, and Great Song Manor seemed to have reached some kind of agreement. They did not deliberately let the Emperor Realm cultivators clash in the first round, and instead let them advance to the second round one by one. After all, Emperor Realm cultivators were the geniuses of their respective prefectures. If they encountered one in the first round, the losses would outweigh the gains. Cang Yang was an Emperor Realm cultivator. With a single move, he swept out all the geniuses from the other 6 great prefectures. Afterwards, he leisurely landed on his seat with his chin slightly raised. He did not even glance at the others, as if they were not worthy of his attention. For the fourth match, the Great Zhou Manor sent out their second genius, Zhou Hui. This Zhou Hui was also a first heaven emperor, and he won the fourth match. For the fifth match, the great Zhou manor sent out their number one genius, Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang's cultivation seemed to be at the first Heaven Emperor realm, but it was said that he had reached the peak of the first Heaven Emperor realm, and was even stronger than Zhou Hui. Naturally, he won the fifth match without exception. However, Zhuowen faintly felt that this Zhou Chang was not simple. It was likely that the aura he revealed was not his true strength. Thus, the 5 battles were completely over. The remaining 5 cultivators advanced to the second round. These 5 were the great Qin Manor's Qin Lei, the great Zhou Manor's Zhou Hui and Zhou Chang, and the great Song Manor's Zhuowen and Song Yang. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.